There we go. Hey, thank you so much, Linkwood. I really appreciate that. Sorry I wasn't directly here. I was trying to get the camera set up for my cat. But yeah, I just usually run it before I actually jump in so that people don't get things interrupted while I'm live. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You were just putting us right close to the 24 mark. So thank you so much. Our goal for this month is actually going pretty well. But thank you. I really do appreciate it. Wanted to make sure we had the CatCam going, or I'm actually going to go try and see if I can adjust things so that we can do the zoomed in one here in just a second. But I need to move, I think, the camera a little bit so that we can make it work the way I had it set up before. Or I can maybe cheese it a little bit, but it's a little angled. So while I do that, for those who were here yesterday, Link Edge, I see. Link Edge. Well, thank you. Welcome in. I do think another update will be coming soon, just because I did update some of the server stuff. I haven't seen any, or when I installed some of the Steam updates, I didn't have anything for Palworld, but I would imagine, based on even some of the comments and things that the devs have been putting out here recently, that we will see those updates. But if this is your first time in, I'm Justin J. Vicarian. In the top right is my cat, Jackson. No big deal. People always say, I didn't say Linkwood, like the AU, owl, is what I usually think of. But if it's Link Edge, I can definitely make that work. But I did want to touch on this again, and I'll do this in the background or show what I'm doing as I adjust the camera for the kitty really quick here. But we'll put myself at the top with the cat for just a moment. For those who had joined in yesterday, I did publish my... Oh, he's moving around too now. I did publish my video from yesterday, but for those who hadn't joined in for it, we had been talking about the Kansas City parade shooting. I apologize if I seemed a little bit heated. For those who hadn't joined in here before, I am from Kansas City, had been talking to a number of people who were there, or as I mentioned in that video, was just a couple degrees removed. Seems like it's every Thursday. Hello. I'm glad that you either know me, maybe in real life, or at least knew enough to read my about profile. But yeah, like I mentioned, I'm from Kansas City, and last night, instead of getting into gaming, was more focused on just talking about some of the things that I'd heard, especially being close to some friends who knew some people who were directly impacted by some of these things. So I do want to play just a couple minutes from the Up First. So we also start all of our podcasts off with the NPR News Now segment, just to give people 5 minutes of today's news. But I'm going to extend that by just a couple of minutes, which is why I updated the category to just chatting right when I started the stream, so that we can give it just a couple minutes of the updated feedback and news for what had been happening in Kansas City. And while this plays, I'm going to go try and adjust that camera and maybe give the cat a couple of little pets. Give Jackson some tiny attention, and I promise I will be right back.
Show. Comedy Central's The Daily Show.
Maybe
Mondays with Jon Stewart. New episodes Mondays at 11.
I pause this where I was.
21 people were hurt and one woman was killed when a celebration turned to tragedy in Kansas City.
The Chiefs came home for a victory rally to celebrate their Super Bowl win, but just as the players were leaving the stage and the celebration was winding down, gunshots were heard and people started running. Police say at least 3 people believed to be connected to the shooting were arrested.
Frank Morris of member station KCUR is covering the story. Joins us now from Kansas City. Frank, Chiefs fans had a lot to be happy about the last couple of years, and yesterday was supposed to be a very happy day, and it was really awful to see so many people running for their lives. What more do we know about what happened?
Well, what we learned is the person killed was Lisa Lopez Galvan. She was a popular radio disc jockey and a dedicated Kansas City Chiefs fan. She died in surgery. She had 2 children. Lots of children turned out for the parade. 9 of them were shot. Stephanie Myers, senior vice president at Children's Mercy Hospital, where the children were treated, says the kids brought in there were terrified.
Fear. The one word I would use to describe what we saw and how they felt when they came to us was fear.
Myers says all the kids treated at Children's Mercy are doing well and expected to recover. Patients are also expecting visits from members of the Kansas City Chiefs.
All right, so that's at least a little bit of good news. What do we know about the people that police have in custody, and do we have any idea of why what happened?
No, that's what everybody
News it
wants
up.
to know. Police haven't released a motive or the names of the suspects. Police arrested 3 people. At least one of them was carrying a weapon. There was a huge police presence at the event, and some of the crowd reportedly helped bring down one of the suspects. But Kansas City Mayor Quentin Lucas says it wasn't enough to stop people with guns from destroying what had been a joyous event.
We had over 800 officers there, staffed, situated all around Union Station. We had security in any number of places, eyes on top of buildings and beyond. And there still is a risk to people. Parades, rallies, schools, movies, it seems like almost nothing is safe.
This was supposed to be a really happy day. The team wins a Super Bowl, and we know the players were there just as all of this was going down. What was the scene leading up to the shooting?
Well, the weather was beautiful. I mean, it was sunny, cool, clear, bright blue sky. The whole event was packed with families, their kids all over, playing football on the side streets, dancing, smiling from their parents' shoulders. And the schools canceled classes. They declared it a red snow day so kids could enjoy the parade. Lots of them were there wearing the red number 15 jersey of Kansas City star quarterback Patrick Mahomes. Many others chose the number 87 worn by Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. Throughout the season, especially the run-up to the Super Bowl, that relationship between Kelce and his girlfriend, Taylor Swift, brought new fans into the game. And I spoke with people before the shooting, and 12-year-old Sloan Pete said that Swift made her a Chiefs fan.
I watched it with my family at first, but now I watch all the games just to see her.
And Sloan's mom, Kim Pete, was like a lot of parents, was just basking in the joy of the moment.
It's good. It's good for the city. I mean, it's such good memories for these kids. They're very lucky to have all these celebrations.
All that joy turned to fear and anger when shots rang out yesterday afternoon. At first, people thought it was fireworks just wrapping up the event, but panic spread through the crowd. People stumbled to get away, some leaving chairs, backpacks, and baby strollers behind. This morning, authorities continue to investigate the crime, and everyone else is coping with the bewildering anguish that comes after a mass shooting.
That's Frank Morris, reporter with member station KCUR. Frank, thank you.
Thank you, A.
So I only played that just to give a quick update from yesterday, since we did, essentially rage quit after digging a little bit deeper into the news. Or as I've always been mentioning, I want to show as much of this news as possible. So, what a cute little turnaround. But it was extremely upsetting, I think for a lot of people in that area, or just to show for those who are new here. We've not only got into a lot of this news, or as I show here, let's see, I guess this would be probably the most recent stuff. We've played a lot of these different news stories and covered a lot of these different elements. And same thing as where I normally start off everything. In fact, we'll refresh this because it'll probably have problems since we did up first. I always start my streams with the NPR News Now, which is always
live
less
from
than 5
NPR
minutes.
News in Washington.
Or approximately 5-minute coverage of a lot of the stories from today. So I wanted to just at least cover some of the things from yesterday and mention, I guess essentially say that while I'm not sorry for how I approached things yesterday, I do think I should have focused less on some of the, Kansas City Police Department and Kansas City Fire Department, or those responses, or even like the weight and waddling of a lot of the officers and kind of confused, police response to the events. I do think it's still important to look at budgetary, decisions and how many tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars we're spending to have 800 plus, law enforcement on the scene for these types of attacks, or for these types of events, if they can't prevent attacks, I guess is the bigger part. Or where even, again, still a third of the people who were involved in this situation were detained and essentially held down by civilians. So I'm not going to move away from that. I also do not like, even from local and people I know, as well as looking on Twitter and both at the state and federal level, responses that immediately went towards, oh, this is going to be Biden trying to take our guns, or being immediately anti-gun legislation, when we know that some of those things can have statistically significant impacts on some of these events, where even when you're looking at murder rates or homicide rates, in the U.S. And let's see where we have Kansas City. Like, this is some of the stuff that looking at these things, or when you're looking at the highest rates that we've had most recently, you see places like Kansas City being ranked, no, thank you, in the top 10, which is really unfortunate. It wasn't in the top 10 a couple decades ago, or when you're looking at some of these things at a macro level and some of these trends, you see they not only aren't going down, but in recent cases, or at the overall trend, when you even extend back a while, you see them going up relative to other places where there have been more enactments on these things. Man, I really hate some of these requirements on cookies too. But this is obviously slightly outdated. Some of the more recent data, even looking at places like New York and Los Angeles, or when you're looking at population adjusted figures and statistics, it's sad to see places where I'm from, like Kansas City, creeping up, even as those populations may have risen, quite a bit over the last decade, but not even in comparison or relative to, places like Los Angeles or New York. So to have some of the violence and rates of violence, especially when you're talking about population adjusted statistics going up, I don't know that, $100+ million budgets and things that, if you're also looking at lobbying and legislation, or the voting patterns, not only of its citizens, but of those who are in political positions and positions of power, don't necessarily seem to map to things that can either help stem or prevent some of these things. And the overall militarization of police, or when you do look at a lot of the things, which I'll admit, overly critical of yesterday, I hope people can give me a little bit of leeway in that it was a emotional, but I still think reasoned response to seeing dozens, if not, when taking into consideration there being over 800 law enforcement on the scene, who in many cases, as the mayor pointed out, did not stop this from happening. Or where even one of the people who was involved in this case, whether or not they are proven to be directly responsible for, some of the acts and things that occurred, like they talk about there being, snipers and people on roofs and hundreds of people who are supposed to be monitoring these things, not necessarily helping prevent these things from occurring now at almost a weekly rate here in the US. So I don't know how much the daily news, this is the first time I'll be listening to this, we'll be touching on this, but that's why I wanted to start off by giving a quick recap, especially since this is something that's very close to me and a number of people who I know, including, as I learned today, one of my parents and one of my siblings who, were within a football's field length of where these things happened, even closer than that when you think about time scale and them potentially being very, very close to some of these individuals before this type of thing occurred. Thankfully, they weren't right there. But when I talk about extended network, or like I was talking about yesterday, other people I know who, have people they're close to with children, of the 9 children who were shot yesterday involved in some of these things, it's crazy. And something that we need to do more about. A lot of it, I don't think, has to do with police funding. For sure, that's an argument of itself, but I would rather think it's the lack of litigation against criminals that, whether helps them to not care, believe they'll get away with the crime itself, or a combination of both. Yeah, and that's a huge conversation I had, honestly, even with one of my parents today. And that's something that, I get that there is an education problem that's involved here as well. And even when you're talking about rehabilitation or recidivism rates within the United States, like recidivism rates is one of the bigger problems. Like, looking at these things globally, just like we were looking at gun violence things globally, I mean, we're one of the few developed nations in the world that has private and for-profit prisons and a justice system that doesn't necessarily seem to have a large portion of its funding also put towards decreasing recidivism, increasing education. But the counter and extension of a lot of this is that if we care about recidivism, a lot of the stuff that does help with reducing these rates is increasing access to education, increasing access to healthcare, increasing general, not just minimum wages, but livable wages, where, mean, we're also one of the few developed nations where the healthcare and wages that we provide to many people do not, like, what states does minimum wage we'll just Google just this. And this is stuff that you can find multiple different reports for. I'm not just going to try to pick one news source here. We'll open a handful of them here. But like, there are not many places here in the United States, or again, if we look at what the FLSA, the Fair Labor Standards Act, and what Roosevelt and other people were putting into place, were meant to be adjusted for inflation so that, as I've talked about on now over a dozen streams, were to allow people who didn't even need a college degree to be able to have a house, a car, and be able to provide as a single earner the ability to achieve the American dream with a family. So again, like, these are things that, as we see some of these things happen, they tend to also be happening in areas where you have large disparities in income. Or again, these are also referencing FLSA, Roosevelt, and where there are not many states. Alarming, there were no states where minimum wage workers could afford to rent a studio or even one-bedroom apartment on minimum wage. Or even when you look at people who are taking state and federal benefits for many things like, you know, the colloquially referred to as like food stamps or, you know, like food benefits, many people are not only working full-time, but in many cases have more than one job. Or where you see dual income households, people with, you know, two parents who are bringing in income that still rely on state or federal benefits in order to be able to meet minimum requirements for just rentals. This isn't even getting into ownership or home ownership, but this is, yeah, like going into 2020, like where 2-bedroom housing wages required making more than $17 an hour. And if you look at the federal minimum wage, and the last time it was increased, like, these are things that are hugely problematic. Like, we're talking about things that have not been increased for decades. $7.25. So if the average minimum wage that's required nationwide to even just have rent, not just a home, is $17. And this is also 2-year-old data. Private prisons have long been described as a way to revitalize free or cheap labor. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the problem, though, is incentivizing states to incarcerate at extreme rates, also due to companies that are even referring to things as like decreased recidivism or like increased rates against like recidivism, people who are not being reincarcerated, as negative because it's affecting their quarterly profits, like they're a fucking tech company or, you know, some of those things. It's San Diego's pretty high. I live in Los Angeles. It's pretty high up there too. So that's where, you know, being from Kansas City or places that still have these very low minimum wages have large amounts of economic disparity throughout them, or where you're looking at these minimum wages in certain areas. Like, I don't think it's a shocker where you start to see large amounts of not only economic disparity tie back towards other types of issues. And that's where I totally agree that there are differences between how we treat education and these fundings. Hello, Carlos. We are still talking about Kansas City. That's where I had started the topic. I wanted to address my rage quitting yesterday. A lot of that was more due to, I think, a lot of private conversations I was having with people, which I did reference in chat and in my conversation yesterday, and where I am not outright apologizing for my language or my, you know, positions that I took yesterday, but I do think I was overly focused on, you know, some of the physical attributes and still, which I think are problematic when we're talking about, you know, nearly 1,000 law enforcement officers and people who were on the scene who in many cases I don't think would pass even basic physical fitness tests. Like, if those are the people who are meant to be serving as the front line of defense for a lot of people, I'm not trying to say that it's not miraculous or heroic that many people were transported to hospitals, or even those in life-threatening conditions received large amounts of medical care, or that of the 9 children shot, you know, thankfully none of those were included in the death toll. But this gets into an extended conversation, which I even had, if I'm being fully transparent, with family today and even with friends yesterday, that the privatization of a lot of these systems, or the disparities that we've had, especially when you're looking at things over the last 2 decades. Like, what I think when I'm talking with family and other people, even some who were at these events, don't seem to take into consideration is that we haven't had raises in some of these things that can help decrease economic disparity, or help provide better access to education, or help pull people out of poverty and some of these situations, which are obviously in many cases highly and positively correlated with crime in some of these areas. That's where I think we should be putting these hundreds of millions of dollars instead. Or even when you're looking at, as I talked about yesterday, a formerly proud member of the NRA, the amount of lobbying and funding, and where the monies that are not only coming in, but where they're going to from those types of organizations are not towards things that are trying to advance education or healthcare access or the betterment of just general societal outcomes for many people. It's usually, in many cases, things that are just going to directly line their pockets or help them increase profits. So I think a simple thing, like I mentioned yesterday, is the toddler test, where do we think a lot of the money that's being spent, especially that is like anti-gun legislation, is stuff that's actually benefiting the average American or the average person, or something that's increasing the profits of some of the companies who may be helping support some of those measures? And I think that shouldn't be a difficult question to answer. That should be pretty common sense legislation in many cases. Or even when we're talking about how many of those children who did get shot, the 9 children who did get shot, and those who were even very quickly evacuated and transported to Children's Mercy, when we're now talking about, healthcare systems that are also privatized in hospitals that will charge large rates, or even if it is a, Kansas City Fire Department transport, I'd be willing to bet that those transport rates for those ambulances, and that many of the people who did receive healthcare, especially those with gunshot wounds, are probably going to be burdened with tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in medical debt. Or that those children who were shot, depending on whatever Kansas City's victims fund might be able to pay out, maybe in a couple of years, hopefully without the parents needing to sue, will potentially bankrupt or burden those households, even though they're victims of these types of reckless crimes. And that's where, again, let's apply the toddler test here. Is that good? I know many people who I'm not only related to, or many people I know who were at that event, and others who are still in Kansas City, are very against big government and don't think that the government or federal solutions are always the best. And I would agree in some respects, in many respects actually. But what's the alternative? Are the privatized systems offering better benefits? Are people less burdened now, given the privatization of a lot of these services and a lot of these systems, than they were 20 or 30 years ago? Do we have a better middle class and a better standard of living than we had 20 or 30 years ago? Can more people afford to have homes and cars and children and healthcare or retirement plans than we had 20 or 30 years ago? And if the answer to most, if not all of those things is no, then why vote against or even for companies and systems that are not bettering those systems? I've said to many people that I've known for a very long time, common sense just does not seem to be very fucking common anymore. And it's sad. Or as I joked yesterday, like, maybe I need to replace the fuck out of here FOH emote that I made with a, BMH or like BMFH, like breaks my fucking heart emote, because I get into heated conversations with a lot of people who I care deeply about, but who I also see being negatively impacted by these things. People who I'm related to or care about and love, whether friends or family, talking about how much their healthcare sucks, or talking about how shitty it is that their retirement is now barely a 3% match from their employer towards a 401k that may not also, even be, despite record profits or record highs in the S&P this year, that much higher than it was 3 or 4 years ago. Whereas it used to be like you invest in some things over a 10-year period and you're fucking golden. Like, we're putting on the blinders, I think, in many cases, especially when it comes to voting behaviors, despite being in what should be one of the best democracies in the world where voters have a lot of power. I think it takes, as many of them might even argue, better education on what actually makes impacts or what's benefiting the people instead of the profits of many of these privatized systems that were not even that privatized. Like it's strange to hear about, I don't like big government, but their parents or their grandparents had pension programs or had lots of things that they received even by being in military service or other types of programs without even having college degrees, the ability to provide on fairly low wages or not even what would be considered white collar jobs nowadays, a fair standard of living while owning homes, or in many cases, multiple homes, having many cars, maybe multiple cars, and children, maybe multiple children, without having to have tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loan debt, which has also risen 300 times relative to the cost of education, or where you see many things that happen here when we're talking about education and healthcare that are now absurdly expensive, or where even many people I know, even close friends and family, talk about taking jobs they don't love that don't offer retirement benefits or pension programs, or maybe offer paltry versions of those things solely so that they can have access to healthcare, and yet are extremely against any form of, government provided, assisted, or, subsidized universal healthcare programs. And tying it back to, I titled the thing today, Positive Vibes in Palworld. I'm trying to be overly positive about these things because I was overly negative yesterday. So I am apologetic about anything from yesterday. I was overly negative. I was extremely heated. I was focused on a lot of things that I shouldn't have been. Like I said, the physical attributes of the hundreds and hundreds, over 800 law enforcement on the scene. Because when you look at the videos, even some that I got sent from people who I know, I didn't see the great immediate response. Or where you do see good immediate responses is those evacuating those who'd already been shot, which I thought the whole purpose of having over 800 law enforcement and essentially military personnel and people on scene was to prevent those types of things from happening. So it's great that some of those did get evacuated quickly and got to hospitals before they bled out or died or had other life-threatening issues. But yeah, I'm sorry if I'm not responding as directly as I can. I'm just, trying to make sure I'm keeping my train of thought here, because that's something I also missed yesterday. But the whole point of a lot of this stuff is that I think we need to be looking at preventative measures, not increasing, like I asked yesterday, how many thousands or hundreds of police officers do we need to have at every event, such that even if it doesn't prevent these acts from occurring, which it now is occurring almost every week in the United States, it is security theater, but the theater's not working. It's like the TSA. Even though we have low overall acts of these types of issues and incidents happening within, TSA-related systems, it's security theater, but at the cost of the American taxpayer. And if it's not stopping these incidents or lowering the incidents over time, maybe we start looking at other places we could put these tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. Well, it is. But I want to make sure that I'm being measured and careful, and not because I'm worried about being banned or judged by the people who I know or in many cases love, or who, even am related to and close friends with who are involved in some of these things, but because I think it's important about being measured in our conversations relating to these things, because part of my pushback yesterday is I knew even people I was close with who immediately linked this back to oh, Biden's going to take our guns and shit, which I mentioned yesterday. It's like, you fucking idiot. I shouldn't even say that, because that immediately gets into illogical argument territory, or where I'm just doing an ad hominem attack on the person instead of attacking the issue, where I should be saying you asshole, how the fuck have you been voting? Have you been voting in ways that might decrease the likelihood of these types of things, or increase access to education, increase wages, decrease economic disparity, bring back some of the systems that your parents or your grandparents most likely did have access to in these areas? No. And that's the sad part, and why I got even more pissed off yesterday. Or when I'm looking at your response there, and going through some of this stuff, I see when I'm looking at this stuff, like I'm reading now the full responses here. And thank you again for the subscription here, Linkage. But presence of authority and the security theater aspect, or you say like whether it be the education on laws and their consequences or their disregard for authority, I still think that ties back then to the education argument, where we're not necessarily putting more money into education. Or again, if you look at where a lot of the voting patterns, especially amongst those in places like Kansas and Missouri, thank God, most recently there's been some support, at least in Kansas, for things like, well, I don't want to draw this argument into too wild of territory, but where you tend to see patterns or strong correlations in some of these instances is where what I also brought up yesterday are links to religious affiliation, which is now almost linked with conservatism, which is a strange link that also didn't exist even 40 or 50 years ago. And when we're talking about fiscal responsibility, also something that has become twisted, or that like has now become almost more favoritive of companies, corporations, and corporate profits than it is the people who are supposed to be benefiting from those things. So that's where I'll leave that part. And I should apologize, I think, because the whole point of these conversations I've been having, or for calling out, so to say, some of the shit that I have been hearing, especially about people who want to immediately link this type of violence to being afraid that there's going to be now increased gun legislation, which I went on a huge rant about, and especially as a person who's an advocate for gun ownership, I'm not against additional restrictions and controls or background checks, waiting periods, all of those things when it comes to those, or even requiring people to take a firearms safety course by a licensed instructor that they have to sign off on before being able to even have access to some of these things. That is a huge issue in a large portion of America, or why I brought up, even when we're talking about freedom of speech in the First Amendment, tons of people who are like, even if you try to tell me that you want me to have registration information or any type of background information, that's a violation of your Second Amendment rights. Like, I'm not going to be overly negative today because this is a positive vibe stream, but I think those people need to seriously look at themselves and wonder whether or not the things that they're advocating for, or when you're also looking at the hundreds of millions of dollars or even billions, if we're talking about even just multi-year spanning in lobbying and politicking, like, is that money being spent in order to provide better educational resources, better access, and a better standard of living for people? Or is it being spent to increase the profits of the select few who we've also seen extreme increases in economic and, wage disparities for? Going back to even the 50s and 70s, like, you didn't have these 4,000 and like 5,000x differences between CEO wages and people who were making minimum wage. Yet now we're not only seeing larger than that disparities, we have less than a dozen individuals who have more wealth in this country than the entire rest of the nation combined. Make it make sense, y'all. Am I the crazy person here for saying that is something we can definitely solve issues with when it comes to voting patterns and legislation? Because I don't prove to me, show me the studies where trickle-down economics works. Show me how over the last few dozen years it has worked. Because what's sad is many of the people who I know who support those things, or who have voted even against and were against raising wages on people making more than $400,000 per year, or even $400 million per year, aren't even close to those numbers. Or even if they maybe have been somewhat close sometime in the past, they might consider themselves upper middle class, but that's an eroding group of people that we have here, especially in America, the area where we're supposed to have the American dream, things that minimum wage were designed to help support, and an eroding education infrastructure, which I've also rallied against multiple times, and decreasing science, math, and reading scores, We were talking about this even just a couple nights ago. So it's not only security theater, but the sad part is the monies that are being put towards a lot of these programs are being voted for by people who are in many cases very low on the economic scale as well, which could be supported even more or have better economic opportunities, or like many of the families who had children, over 9 children who were shot in Kansas City yesterday, not having to worry about being economically bankrupt or burdened by what their medical expenses might be, given that their children were shot in one of the 6 mass shootings we've already had in the 6 weeks of 2024. Look at the amount of mass shootings that happened last year. Do you think most of the people who are involved in those are getting like huge checks from the people who shot them? No. At best, even if they did take them to court and had their wages garnished for the rest of their life, do you think it's like millionaires who were shooting people? Fuck out of here. Like, sure, some cities might have programs that can help provide some support to people who do this, but imagine being like a 7 or 8-year-old or younger, like some of the people who were shot in Kansas City, having potentially like debilitating problems, or even if they're not life-threatening immediately. Like, I don't know that I'd ever want to see a child get shot and have to deal with healthcare problems like that throughout the rest of their life, or have pre-existing conditions that they now need to mention even when they get their first job in high school or something, or have their healthcare costs increase for the rest of their life through privatized systems that have become more and more privatized and profitable for the companies, but not necessarily providing a better impact to the people. Respect that. The thing we need to do is invest in a better background check process, but that shouldn't mean less people have guns. What we need to do is encourage all Americans to obtain registered. Yeah, I mean, but that's where the background checks, or even the waiting periods, right? Like, that's some of the stuff, that's the common sense kind of things that have been shown to help decrease problems, especially when you're talking about crimes of passion, a lot of those things. But that people, again, when you're looking across the United States, have voted time and time against. Like California, where apparently we both live, is one of the few states that actually has some of those restrictions in place. And I've even mentioned on multiple streams, I don't agree with all of the restrictions that have been put in place here in California. But I do think common sense restrictions like global or federal background checks, not just looking at your local county or your state, but looking nationwide, and maybe even making sure, since a common argument's also made to be like, oh, well, there's all this immigration problem, or there might be guns coming in from other countries. A, we manufacture a large amount of firearms here in the United States. B, some of the countries that also manufacture firearms that import them to the United States aren't doing so through illegal means. I'm like, C, we are less restrictive than most other first world countries in terms of the obtainment process. So that's where I think requiring people to even take a firearms safety course, have a 10-day waiting period, and do a background check isn't infringing on your civil liberties. It's making sure you're not trying to do something stupid in the next 10 days. It's making sure that you're not on some type of criminal watch list, or that you don't have things you're trying to escape from, even maybe another state or another area, and making sure that you understand the importance of safe storage, and maybe even understanding yourself how to access and use the firearm you're purchasing. I don't like, that seems pretty common sense, or why I've said like, it's crazy that like that stuff is considered to be like an infringement, or that like that's the first step towards the government just showing up at your door and taking your shit. Like, fuck out of here. It's common sense stuff. It's not like I don't know. We'll never take criminals' guns or limit their access. Well, we do limit access in some cases. I will mention that. But like even for felons and things. Right. Well, the punitive systems we have in place are, again, that's why like recidivism, or to what you're talking about, like, I think we should also focus on rehabilitation programs, and our current prison systems, or even like punitive systems, are clearly in place to help, in many cases, the for-profit, like the fact that we have not only for-profit prisons, but that some of those companies are even publicly traded and tied into like pension programs that do still exist, or like even education funds and things that do exist within schools and things. Like, that's where it gets super fucked up. Like, and where the the economic interests or like motivations for the companies definitely do not align with the citizenship or like the people that they claim to be serving. And I think if I go back again to the toddler test, it's like, what do you think is better? Assuming we have tons of bad people who just want to hurt people, should we try to educate and reform them or provide systems that can help decrease crime rates? Or should we be focused on, again, even from a lobbying perspective, supporting companies that want to see more people jailed and incarcerated? Or even from the same perspective on like the NRA and gun restrictions, like if we have data that shows certain things, especially when it comes to like waiting periods and background checks, can help restrict what many people often argue is like, well, there's always going to be people that'll obtain this stuff illegally, and there's always going to be guns that are obtained illegally, and there's all kinds of problems with, even if you do have background checks, making sure that the people who aren't just trying to circumvent that, can get around it. Okay, but still, first measure here, even assuming what you're saying is true, which is probably only a fraction of these cases, is it going to be better or worse if we put these restrictions in place? Like, it's fucking common sense here, people. Turns into what you think Americans are obligated to do and what path you'd like to take. Should we discourage people from owning guns? I don't think having background checks, so that is a straw man argument right there. Leaving our defunded police to protect us. I'm not arguing for the defunding of police. In fact, I published this. So just to show from my own fucking Twitter here, because I also got kind of called out for this today because I didn't immediately wake up this morning and publish my rant from yesterday. It is published. It's on my Twitter, or it's on my Twitch. If I need to tweet a link to it to shut people up, I'll fucking do that too. But just to show, I wasn't lying yesterday while I was live and I said I would publish my video. It's right here. Full hour and 50 minutes of it. And there are 4 times, because I rewatched this actually, where I mentioned that I am not advocating for the defunding of police, and where it is a straw man to say that adding increased restrictions like waiting periods and background checks is essentially disincentivizing people from gun ownership, or even that requiring them to take a firearm safety course is something that is restricting access. I don't think that's true. So we can increase funding for these types of programs and education, just like we see often with even sex education. If we want to make a corollary here, there are plenty of people and plenty of religious institutions and people who lobby against even teaching people about better safe sex practices, which we know for a fact reduces some of these rates, just like waiting periods and background checks. So again, what is the best first order method of trying to reduce these things? Or arguing that by having background checks and waiting periods, if, assuming from your perspective, you're legally capable of doing these things, like, how is that disincentivizing these things? Or how is that discouraging you from owning? I don't know anybody, in many cases, outside of maybe a handful or select group and small fraction of a percent of people who maybe have farms or areas where they need to take care of like wildlife that are destroying crops or something. I don't know of many people who absolutely, even if they're really interested. Well, but your previous statement about it being discouraging, though, I've not only said we shouldn't be defunding police. I'm saying when you see where lobbying efforts and things are going, or what I pulled up even in my stream yesterday, which is published, is that we have hundreds of millions of dollars going towards even the militarization of police, and police buying ATVs and night vision goggles and grenade launchers and shit that is not decreasing homicide rates. Or even when we look at Kansas City, we're not seeing decreases in these types of things. In fact, like if you look at this over a longer period of time, since the 80s, Kansas City has gone from below the top 25 into the top 10 for homicide rates, despite having very large amounts, hundreds of millions of dollars spent on military vehicles, like large increases in police and law enforcement funding. Like, so if I'm the head of this program and my job is to protect the people, and over the last 20 or 30 years, I show that I'm doing a worse job of doing that, should I be receiving more or less money? Or should maybe more money be going into education and access types of restrictions that aren't meant to discourage ownership, but that are literally shown like those things? Right, but same thing with the gun safety classes. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is something where it creates a system of understanding, but it doesn't limit its access. You say it limits its access to those who shouldn't have access to them, or this will in turn create a system of understanding the general education we've been discussing and limit its access to those that shouldn't have access to them. I don't agree with that, is what I'm pushing back against. I don't think that requiring people to take a firearms safety course limits its access to people. If people aren't capable of like sitting through a 30-minute seminar on how to use their safety or how to safely load and, discharge and then unload and store their firearm is discouraging ownership. No, I totally get that. But I'm saying like where I disagree is that being a common argument that's made about like, oh, well then just, that's an infringement on your Second Amendment rights. You shouldn't need to take a class or do a background check in order to own a gun. And I wholeheartedly disagree with that. I think if you're the kind of person who doesn't want to take a class to understand how to use a firearm, you are probably most likely or more likely to be contributing to the other rising statistic we have, where there are a number of children who die or kill other people every year due to accidental discharges from unsafely stored firearms. Or if you're really worried about the background check process, you probably aren't the kind of person who should be obtaining the firearm. And I'm not saying that there aren't like edge cases, or there aren't people who maybe even have like 3 strike laws for, say, marijuana possession, which is now being argued to be declassified and, decriminalized. Like, there are all kinds of people who I get caught into these systems who may otherwise, be unfairly judged against from things like background checks, but on the order of magnitude or as a whole, like, that's where I think this conversation gets lost in the weeds. Yeah, but I'm saying even like the courses, they're the firearm safety courses, and the 10-day waiting period, or things like we have here in California, are things that many states have multiple times voted against. And when you look at the arguments for this stuff, it's like, okay, but your argument is that people are just going to obtain these things anyways, and that is not shown to be true when you look at the numbers. Restricting access, even to the general public who don't have criminal records, who don't have these problems and these things, prevents the large number of firearms that can be then illegally obtained or sold. And those who act like we're just getting hundreds of millions of guns shipped in from Mexico, even though the majority are produced like here and in Germany, like, are just, it's a farce. They vote against them because they are afraid. And I get that. And I totally understand that stuff. But that's where I'm saying we need to now start educating people. Or instead of having over $1 billion, or even just in the last quarter, like over $500 million spent on lobbying against these types of restrictions, have that money put towards education. And have people stop worrying about like all of the illegally imported and illegally obtained and all of this like weird shit that isn't actually, I think, contributing, or not that I think, when we're looking at the actual numbers and these increases in homicide rates and things, like we're not talking about the stuff that's happening through like, illegal migrants or illegally obtained firearms and stuff, or when many cases, even when we're talking about illegally obtained firearms, that's usually somebody who had a friend buy them, or where they bought them from somebody who did legally obtain them. And sure, you're not going to totally get rid of that with these types of background checks and waiting periods and things, but you're definitely going to decrease it, especially when we're talking about people who can same day walk into a gun shop and walk out with something that they can then sell to their friend, versus having a 10-day waiting period or having to take a firearm safety course and stuff for those things. Like, it's common fucking sense here. So, positive vibes. We do need to get into some Palworld. I still would like to sit through 4 minutes and 40 seconds of some actual NPR that maybe, I'm not even sure at this point if it's even going to mention Kansas City. We've even had multiple headline changes since I started this almost exactly an hour ago. But I think these are important issues to talk about. Or one of the things that got lost in my just like ranting and angry messaging yesterday that I should also apologize for is there were 2 or 3 instances where I said, like, I bring this up and I'm so heated about this because I've been a Twitch user for over a decade. I've followed a lot of people who are now huge. I used to respect some of the people who now are considered like political commentators, but where they are just showing like Fox News and CNN and are just rage baiting people or are just kind of essentially not giving true perspectives on these issues and are just letting the, very biased kind of news stories about these issues, pit against each other. And that's the stuff that as we enter an election year, I think we need to have less of, and we need to have more reasoned and rational conversations from places that, even if they are a little bit, left-leaning and things like NPR or the Associated Press, are at least like independently verified and have journalistic integrity, or where the conversation around these matters ties back to the lobbying support, the funding, and the voting patterns and behaviors of the people who are involved or directly implicated in some of these issues, because that's often what gets lost when you are talking about the rage bait or mainstream media, where it's mostly meant to either get you really pissed off or motivated in a certain direction. And that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to talk about things that are just common sense solutions, or even from the statistics and stuff I was pulling up yesterday and showing how other developed nations have less homicide, suicide, and, even just aggravated violence rates and things relative to us. How there are proven methods for solving some of these problems, even in places where gun ownership is also allowed. We just seem to be deviating pretty far away from those things. So, in the interest of sticking with what I normally do, we'll start with just the hourly 4 minutes and 40 seconds of news, and then I promise we'll jump into Palworld. If this does load, we might just need to reopen the NPR page. I've had this open for a while.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Jack Speer. A former FBI informant has been charged with lying to investigators about President Biden and his son Hunter's business dealings. NPR's Ryan Lucas reports the charges were brought by the special counsel overseeing the probe in Hunter Biden.
Alexander Smirnov faces 2 criminal counts, one for allegedly making false statements and another for allegedly creating a false and fictitious record. Prosecutors say Smirnov told an FBI agent that the Ukrainian gas company Burisma had paid $5 million bribes to then Vice President Joe Biden and his son Hunter. But prosecutors say Smirnov's claims were fabrications and that he had previously expressed political bias against Biden. The indictment deals a blow to House Republicans who have touted Smirnov's claims in their impeachment inquiry against President Biden. An attorney for Hunter Biden said the charges show that Republican allegations against the Biden family are built on, quote, lies told by people with political agendas. Ryan Lucas, NPR News, Washington.
A mass shooting in Kansas City left more than 24 people hurt and 1 woman dead. Lisa Lopez Galvan, a 43-year-old mother of 2, died in the hospital near the site of the shooting. As Frank Morris of member station KCUR reports, Lopez Galvan was an important member of the community.
Lisa Lopez Galvan loved the music of North Texas, Tejano. She DJ'd parties and weddings and co-hosted a chatty radio show. In her last broadcast, Tuesday, she talked about how excited she was for the Super Bowl victory and the celebration to come.
I'm glad it's here. I'm glad it's in Kansas City again.
Yes, definitely.
And that just means we did it, and that's just setting the bar for another one next year.
In addition to her 2 children, Lopez Galvan left a husband and a big musical family in Kansas City. For NPR News, I'm Frank Morris in Kansas City.
In something of a surprise move, Fulton County, Georgia District Attorney Fonnie Willis took the stand today, testifying about her romantic relationship with a special prosecutor she hired to lead an investigation of former President Trump. Attorneys representing Trump want the case dismissed, claiming the relationship is a conflict of interest. New data from the CDC suggests smoking illicit fentanyl is becoming more common and more deadly among drug users. Here's NPR's Ping Wong.
Smoking illegal drugs like fentanyl was associated with almost 1 in 4 drug overdose deaths in an analysis of data from 2022 published by the CDC. That would make it the most common cause of overdose deaths over injecting, snorting, or eating drugs. It's a change from 2 years before that, when injecting drugs was causing the most overdose deaths, The paper is based on data from 27 states and the District of Columbia. According to the study, many drug users have switched from injecting drugs to smoking them to avoid getting blood infections from shared needles. But smoking illicit fentanyl still comes with a substantial risk of overdosing. More than 109,000 people died from drug overdoses in 2022. Ping Huang, NPR News.
This is NPR. Israeli hostage families are becoming increasingly anxious as they see time running out for a ceasefire and a hostage prisoner exchange. NPR's Eleanor Beardsley sat down with the uncle of a family taken hostage. He's been working day and night for their release.
Yishai Dan's niece and her 2 children were kidnapped and held for 2 months in tunnels. He says the 12-year-old now has trouble sleeping.
His mother had to show him, to open the door outside to show him no Hamas there. He was 60 days alone in the night, black day and night, all the time, alone.
His 16-year-old sister had a different yet equally frightening experience.
All the other hostage all the time was around her and don't leave Hamas to come too close to her. They know what can happen, so they don't leave her any minutes.
The children's father is still being held, and they are worried sick.
They love him and they want him back.
Eleanor Beardsley, NPR News.
Consumers pulled back on their spending last month, though the decline came after strong holiday spending. Commerce Department reporting today retail sales in January fell by 0.8%. That follows a 0.4% rise in December. Economists had expected consumers to start pulling back on their spending late last year under the weight of mounting credit card debt, but that does not seem to have happened. Relatively strong household spending fueled by strong jobs growth and rising wages continued. Stocks gained ground on Wall Street today. The Dow's up 348 points. The Nasdaq rose 47 points. I'm Jack Speer, NPR News in Washington.
All right. We'll do our best to maintain positive vibes, even though it seems like a handful of those things were also federal officials either admitting to lying or to doing things that were definitely against what they were elected to do, especially when you consider that overall their job should be to better not only represent but improve the lives of those they are supporting. So it's kind of shitty, but we'll do our best to try to make this a very positive vibe stream from here on out. And I'm sorry if I did offend anyone yesterday. Again, I'm not trying to apologize directly about a lot of the things I said outside of the focus that I had put on, some of the police officers themselves or physical attributes of individuals. I do understand that I think is the wrong way to focus on some of these issues, but I do think it's worthy to say, or even in those regards, oh fuck, my password's not right. I don't think it's out of line to suggest that if we have over 800 police officers or law enforcement personnel on the scene for certain events, that we make sure that some of those individuals are capable of at least like chasing down someone, or aren't going to get winded running less than 20 yards, or aren't going to be like unable to strap their bulletproof vest together. Looking at some of the imagery for some of that stuff, I mean, it looked like LARPing. It literally looked like some of the police officers, like, it's shit that I would expect to see at like a LARPing convention more so than outside an active shooter event. So I get that I didn't approach it all in the right way, but I do think it's reasonable to expect our law enforcement within especially these areas where you are in the top 10, homicide rates within the nation, to have physical fitness tests, or to not have a lot of, elderly, overweight people who don't look like they could even sprint for more than 20 yards as the people who are being paid to protect citizens in those areas. And I get that that's a little bit controversial. I'm not trying to get too deep into some of that stuff, but, if anything, I apologize for the way I approached it. I am not super sorry about the content or like the overall kind of message of what I was trying to convey. Anybody who wants to push back on why we should have a bunch of, essentially physically unfit policemen or policewomen, police force, as those who are part of an over $50-some million budget, like, feel free to give me your counter arguments there. Well, I called them like fat fucks yesterday, or I was talking about how they were waddling towards, like, you know, the lines and some of those things, and that's not the way to approach it. Like, I'll be open and, like, I'll call myself out there and say that's not the way to approach it. I get that then just puts people against, you know, I probably created some enemies in that case instead of, you know, allies, and I get that it is considered, you know, hateful in some ways with the way I presented it, but it's sad when you did look at us having nearly 1,000 law enforcement on the scene, that there were maybe a couple of dozen who were extremely helpful in some of that scenario. And maybe there were a little bit more than that. I don't know everything behind the scenes, but when you looked at the chaos that was happening, a lot of it was people who were like very physically unfit, or in some cases, as they showed later footage, like even unable to fully secure their bulletproof vests and stuff, where it's, I don't fucking know how this is supposed to be the group that's helping protect people against those. Or even when, again, one of the people who was detained yesterday was stopped by civilians. Not only not as in shape as I'd hope they be, but I'd be surprised if many of those people could chase down like 50 or 60-year-olds. Like, some of those individuals looked not just unfit, but like, I guarantee, like, I'd be willing to bet, I shouldn't say I guarantee, I'd be willing to bet a large amount of money that some of those individuals probably have also received paid medical leave, or are also receiving lots of healthcare benefits the average American is not receiving, or that I guarantee many of those families, or I shouldn't say guarantee, I should say willing to bet large sums of money, that those families with children who were shot are not receiving, and also receiving pension programs, or having, you know, whole union support and things that many Americans don't receive, despite essentially being unfit for their jobs. Full stop. If you can't do a 40-yard dash in like under, I don't even know. I would be surprised if some of them could even do that without getting winded, given what we saw yesterday. But if you can't even do that, how are you supposed to be protecting athletes and thousands of civilians? Or how are you even supposed to be in your position if you can't do, you know, some up downs and a 40-yard dash? Like, you should not be law enforcement if you can't do that kind of shit. If that's controversial, then I mean, we've lost sight again of common sense. But this is my base in Palworld. We're now transitioning fully to Palworld. We were able to connect. I hope, did I actually transition back off? I hope I did when I was putting in my password and stuff. We have a lot of eggs we can hatch. I thought I had 2 breeding pairs going. I guess I just put all the eggs in one basket. Like, literally? Shit. That's not good. But we're trying to fill out our PAL deck, and I just hit 42 the last time I was on. Well, I was going to say yesterday, but 2 days ago was the last time we actually played Palworld. Yesterday I just ranted about the shooting in Kansas City and then rage quit. So I did publish the video for those who wanted to call me out on that shit. If you want to clip it, or want to use that to make me out to be some kind of like hateful, anti-American, evil, irrational person, go for it. You can also join my Discord in real time, as I've mentioned also over a dozen times, and debate me in real time rather than text me while I'm live or any of that kind of shit. So if I'm able to receive criticism, I hope I can dish it out as well. And for any of those who disagree with the things I'm saying, especially hearing them while I'm live, feel free to join me while I'm live and debate me. Yeah, I've got a Discord. Ah, Destructive and Pyromaniac? Fuck. Yeah, in fact, I just set up. I'm not sure if it's actually active. I probably need to. I was just playing around with some of the creating the special groups for people who have subscribed based on tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So that maybe isn't active yet. But you will be in some of those groups. So if you want to join the manual way, you can just do this. And then under my link tree, you will find my Discord. Swift and logging foreman. All right. Well, this is maybe getting into the other downside we have here is our PAL deck is almost full. So we're gonna have to crush some pals. Why is this? Hello.
Oh, hey, wow.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to join in.
Honestly, I don't know if I would prefer you to if I would prefer you to have that a little more locked down or not.
Well, I haven't had too many problems with it thus far, so.
Okay. I mean, I suppose
you are live as well, just so you know. Like, hopefully
no worries there.
That's extremely apparent.
No, it's fine. I was getting bugged by our conversation, and a lot of that was I was texting so much, and you were talking, and you would miss something I said, and I was like, oh, he's getting upset at me, and I feel like I've just not expressed myself properly.
No, I was reading it, but I was more just trying to keep my train of thought. So it wasn't that I disagreed with everything you said, but more that if you didn't see my stream yesterday, I was getting feedback about some of these things in real time. Or, again, I know a number of people who were at the event yesterday. And so to hear, even from some of the people I was talking with yesterday who were, there or in Kansas City, immediately linking this back to like,
no, absolutely.
Biden's going to try and take our guns now and that kind of shit. It's like...
I get that. And you know what's funny is I actually have no idea who you are. So it was while you started streaming and you had that 5-minute countdown or whatever you had.
Yeah.
The second you tweeted, you said, hey, I'm going live. And you hashtagged Palworld.
Positive vibes in Palworld.
On X, exactly. I looked on X. I was like, Palworld updates. Because usually they update around this time on Thursdays, or at least that's how it's been for the past 2 or 3 weeks, I think.
Oh yeah. In fact, I had to update my server live, so I'm hosting this server as well.
So I have a dedicated server as well. I mean, I'd love, so it sucks because when you meet real hardcore dedicated people, that can talk to you all about Palworld. You're like, oh, I have a dedicated server. They're like, yeah, me too. Looks like we're never gonna play together because I have my own shit over here. But the thing is that I just looked up Palworld update, and then it said you tweeted that you're going live 3 seconds ago.
Yeah.
And I was like, maybe this guy knows about the updates. Let me join. And that's why the first question I said, I'm like, is there going to be an update?
And I said, absolutely.
Because I'm looking for some type of forum, some type of thing that's like, oh, Palworld set looks like they're updating every Thursday. That's what I was looking for, is consensus on if it's every Thursday. And then you started talking about the Kansas City shooting, and that's something. And I don't know if you missed this block. I'm actually a military cop.
Right on.
So you were talking about military and you were talking about police, and I specifically work with DON officers as well, which is, I work with. They are civilian contractors, right? So they're not in the military. A lot of them are prior, right?
No, I know what you're talking about.
I would say almost all of them are. Yeah. So, but I am in the military, but I also work with these cops. And do not get me wrong, man. When you said it's hard for them to strap on their vest,
I mean, you saw even photos of them yesterday with them like having the vest unstrapped.
Exactly. And dude, I will tell you, some of them, I'm like, how did they find a vest big enough? Or they'll even fucking just take it off and not wear it all day long.
But my other concern is like when you look at the budgets, it's not like they're getting low wages for some of that, or especially as you get into some of the privatized contracts, like we're talking pretty decent money.
Well, specifically, I can attest to they are not getting paid very much at all. A lot of the people that I work with who are actual law enforcement police officers that have opted into guarding, we're talking about, what we're talking about is federal property, which is, in a sense, easier to guard because of the amount of authority granted to you, as well as the lack of volume that, I mean, you got to
But I'm saying even for the cops themselves, like the wages, even when you're looking at the starting salaries in Kansas City for some of these rates, Like when we're talking about
So when you say starting salaries, do you mean 40, 60, 80? I haven't looked at Kansas specifically.
Yeah, I mean,
for
like
top
the average
salaries.
what we were looking at yesterday was like 65,000, which is a pretty good wage, especially when
that's
you're
not
talking
terrible.
about Kansas City.
Well, you think about you live in LA, I live in San Diego. Even
Yeah.
$80,000 is like, oh, looks like I can finally, get a girlfriend who also has a job.
Or maybe rent a 2-bedroom apartment, which is the other part. Like I get
exactly.
but that ties
maybe
back
I
to
can
the.
get in unit by this time next year. It's.
I'm not arguing that we defund those systems, though. I'm arguing that we still put when you're also talking.
And
about
I didn't
the
think
amount.
that you were saying that.
Yeah.
For me, my opinion has been that it needs to be two-sided, right? When people bring up, and not people, but just right, we're talking about the past 2 days, the Kansas shooting. When I hear somebody bring up, and this is anecdotal, maybe it's from my own, preconceived notion of how things
Experience.
are. Plus my anecdote, it would be, or plus what they're saying. Sorry, let me just move on. From what I gather, when I hear people say that at a parade there were 800 police officers there, in my mind, especially since they don't know, and this is, let me just.
I mean, that was
talk
the
a little
mayor
bit.
who said that, by the way.
This is what I want to say. I just want to get on a little bit. Whenever they say, when I'm listening to news, when it's NPR, when it's Daily Wire, when it's even fucking Joe Rogan, when it's whoever's talking, right? It doesn't matter who I'm listening to. When in the past couple days, the way that I've heard it stated is that they're like, they've detained 3 people and we don't know what their motive was, and we don't know if they were actually the guys. It's not saying that they weren't the ones that did it. It's probably them, right? But what tells me that is that it was one of the crime of passions that you were talking about. Probably some people were talking shit. Somebody threw out a gun and started just blasting into an audience, right? And
but there's even
when
been
you say
pushback on the number of law enforcement on the scene, which was confirmed by the mayor.
But when you talk about the number and when you consider it to be a crime of passion, right? Were they inspecting people as they came into these events? Probably not. Right? You're talking about a massive workload placed onto law enforcement to have to inspect these people.
I get that, but that's like the security theater portion. Like same thing for TSA. And I'm saying we should have metal detectors and pat downs and everything for all those people. The question is,
it would take a long time to get anything done. Security is inconvenient, and that is a quote that I don't know who said it.
Yeah.
It was probably one of my old bosses, but security is inconvenient.
it is, but that's also where like, do we need that large of a show of force, or are we getting into security theater territory?
Well,
especially when you have a large
exactly.
number of people who clearly aren't even capable of, like I said, doing a 40-yard dash. Like, are those, even if we cut that number in half and said we needed 400 people there, if half of those people couldn't do a sprint, are they actually doing a protective service?
Right, and I've asked that question before because specifically in the military, we're required to do a physical fitness test twice a year.
Or you do like your monthly,
It's twice a year. Well, for the most part, it's twice a year to have the official test. However, if you are, let's say, general physical exercise with a group of folk, right, you're wanting to, right, you're having these figureheads above you that are watching you work out, and they're like, this guy kind of slacks. Let's get on his ass, right?
Yeah.
So that may happen monthly, but the actual test itself.
But that's
only
also not
happens about
required
twice a
for
year.
Leo. Like, that's military.
Yeah, exactly. That's military. And when I look at these cops and when I think about that motherfucker is big as hell. There's no way he's not pushing 300 pounds.
Right, and
There's
I
no way
said
he's
that
not
kind of stuff
pushing
yesterday,
300
which is
pounds.
where I shouldn't be focusing on that portion, though, if I'm being critical of myself. Like, that is a secondary argument.
We're talking about a lot of things at once.
Yeah,
you know
exactly.
What I mean? But the argument that I am trying to say is that I don't think that any combative power to the amount of law enforcement presence versus any amount of people, whether it's 10 people or thousands of people, can stop a crime of passion. So when you're saying that citizens were the first people to arrive to be able to stop somebody who just started shooting out into the audience, right? It's like, how much mitigation can you really
Well, but that's why I go back to
appreciate from
legislation.
law enforcement?
Because you
Okay,
can,
what's
they're
what's
preventative
legislation? What are you
measures.
talking about there?
Or like when you're
So
looking at
what do you
these
mean
things,
by that?
even compared to other countries that allow for gun ownership, or even when you're talking about comparisons to like Canada, Germany, like Sweden, and other places, when we're talking about even just simple measures like background checks and waiting periods, which is the stuff I was talking about today, like those are things that we know are shown to have at least reduced rates or reduced even just resale of guns that can be then considered illegally obtained. Like, that's the kind of stuff that I don't agree with all of the restrictions that are in place here in California, especially having grown up in places like Kansas City and having taken like hunter safety and firearm safety courses myself. But there's so many people who are so against those types of things that when we're talking about like there being no other ways to prevent these types of things from happening, why are we one of the only first world countries in the nation where these things happen weekly?
So I can tell you, and this is again, rather an anecdote, however researched. First of all, it's funny how you keep looking at the camera, and I'm like looking at you. It's like, talk to me. It's kind of funny when you're just looking at the camera, looking at me, and you can't even see me. However, I would say I lived in Japan for 2 years at one point,
which is also somewhere where you can legally obtain a firearm. You just have to go through a very restrictive process in order to do so.
Well, this is kind of the point that I'm trying to get at. The amount of culture in Japan that is surrounded by firearms is minuscule. They do not know guns. They don't know about them. They don't know who owns them. If somebody has one, it's a fucking musket that they hunt elephants with, and they're a millionaire.
But you could also argue that some of that is due to it being extremely difficult to obtain them. And I'm not even advocating for that level of extreme restriction.
It has been difficult to obtain guns for like 100 years in Japan.
Right.
That's what I'm getting at. Americans have owned guns for hundreds of years. It is completely embedded in everything.
But how do you get to that place, right? Like, especially, like, you're never going to get there if you say that even today, there were people saying, like, today is not the day to start discussing, gun legislation, families are grieving, and it's not the right time. When is the right fucking time?
It's because of the mass production that America has.
Right, or that's even where like people are saying like,
about, right?
Many of these guns are imported, or we have so many. Talking about the border crisis.
Those are
we're building them here.
Those are abstract contracts. I'm trying to keep it a little straight here. When we think about the mass production and the mass ownership of guns, I think we're talking 2 point something, almost 3 guns per American is how many.
Yeah, or there's hundreds of millions of.
Right,
Americans
we're talking about 1 billion guns for approximately 400 million Americans. This is a lot of guns that we have been keeping, we have been having, and when you think about 100 years ago, how many
companies profiting off of.
But this is okay. The path that I'm trying to go on with this conversation is that you're talking about when is the time to talk about gun reform, which I am in no way saying that reform of any law is not necessary. You're talking about somebody in the 90s was pulled over for going 90 miles an hour because they had an emergency. Someone was pregnant in the back. Somebody was blah, blah, blah in the back. And then they were detained. They were stopped and they were arrested. Maybe somebody died in the back. Maybe everything didn't go swimmingly. And then that case... Sorry, just let me continue a little bit. That case went to court, right? And that case would go to court. That case would be won. And then later on, something would happen where another case like that would happen. They would reference a case in which somebody who was trying to drive somebody to the emergency room could no longer, or was somebody who's driving somebody to the emergency room in a personal vehicle is allowed to drive haphazardly to the emergency room in order to save somebody's life. It used to be a law where you can't speed ever. You're always going to get pulled over 100% of the time. However, if somebody pulls you over and you're speeding and you're like, I have an emergency, that's like, great, let's get you an escort. That later became law. When the reason I bring up that analogy is because there was once a law that said you can't speed no matter what, and that law was reformed to include that you can, in fact, in an emergency, do that. The point that I'm trying to make is all laws need reform after 5, 10, 20 years. Okay?
Right, but I'm not even also trying to restrict it
modern society
outright. Like, that's where I'm saying the common sense portion of this. Like, even for
the common sense portion that you're talking about that's not at all what I'm talking about. But so let me bring it to the bigger point. Let me bring it a little bit back to what I was trying to say in the first place, was that 100 years ago, gun manufacturing was not a thing unless it was for war. You were sending guns to
you still
the
had
military,
private ownership.
And that's who you had private ownership, but at such a small amount, right? Let's just for argument's sake say that Japan and America had the same amount of guns 100 years ago, right? And 100 years ago is whenever the restrictions on Japan became a little bit better. or not necessarily better, but more restrictive, right? And now it's very difficult to get guns, or it has been difficult to get guns for 100 years.
Yeah, I think it's been
now when you're
difficult
talking
for a
about
long time.
1 billion guns in America, that culture that is intertwined in the way that we are, not saying that like it's my right to own a gun, but to try to reform to something like, as you said, Japan, Sweden, Germany, people who just haven't had guns for a century. It's not even that their laws have been around, so it's not even that their laws keep them from having guns. It's that they haven't been obtaining guns for 100 years.
But that's all the
because of
more,
those
I feel
laws.
like, the reason to say, hey, we need maybe better education, or we need to even implement not more restrictions, but better educational, like,
We could use better
requirements.
education in a lot of areas of Americans.
I totally agree, 100%.
Minds,
That's how,
we could,
when I was talking even yesterday about the amount of lobbying, and when you look at where, as a former even NRA member and stuff myself, like talking about that yesterday, where you look at where their monies are going, like, where are these hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars being spent? It's usually not to benefit the people or to benefit educational access and to decrease some of these things. It's usually being provided, in some cases, directly by companies to help increase profits or to help prevent from having profits be decreased in, I guess, certain cases.
I see what you're saying, and what's bananas is in my mind. I think about the profitability that these lobbyists and these even just official government, personnel, the money that they are making off of America's for discourse and the way we spend our money on weapons or food stockpiling or stocks or cigarettes or electric cars or laws that make us buy things or, limiting the use of gas in our houses to heat and cook things with. There are so many things that it seems like lawmakers and lobbyists are trying to push us in order to prop up an industry of theirs that they are investing
or an industry they're
in.
being funded by.
Well, if they're invested in it, they're being funded by it, and if they're funded by it, then they're
Or even
being,
potentially allowed to do insider trading with. Like,
If they're exactly, if they're invested in it, then they want it to do well, and if they want it to do well, then they're endorsing it, and if they're endorsing it, then they're probably being paid to endorse it, and if they're being paid to endorse it, then they make more money because not only are they invested in it, but they're getting paid on the slide to endorse it in the first place. They make money in all corners of endorsing these things that, for a lack of better words, infringe on, let's say, a simple life. I believe that a lot of Americans are conservative in an indifferent complexity, right? When I say conservative, I do not mean right. That's not what I mean.
No,
when
you mean
I say
like fiscally conservative.
I mean, I go to work, I put some food on the table. My wife volunteers at the thing, makes a bake sale, and I come home and everybody's good to go. And I tuck my kids in and I wake up and it is exactly the same every day, save a football, basketball team and a night out with the boys every now and again.
Yeah,
right?
and
That
I
is
agree
what
with
I
you
mean. Yeah, that is what I mean whenever I say that Americans are generally indifferent. Well, the term I like to use is
but that's not where you
conservatively
see
indifferent.
voting patterns moving, and that's the bigger concern.
So describe your voting patterns, because I can't elaborate unless I know what you mean.
So even here even here in California, you see large pushback. Or I brought up like not agreeing with everything that like Feinstein or Newsom have put forward, even in terms of gun restrictions. But I'm always going to bias towards like things that seem to be common sense legislation that will help either increase access to education or decrease things that are overly seen as negative. So when you talk about like the average conservative person, even if they're not, registered Republican or don't identify with the right side of the aisle, I think
I would say for the most part that is exactly right. They are not registered Republican.
Right.
They did, yeah, so go on.
But I see a large shift towards like anti-intellectualism or people who see like money that is put towards education systems or gun restrictions or some of these things as taking away from benefits that they might otherwise be receiving, even though we've stripped pension programs, barely raised minimum wage or haven't raised minimum wage like federally in many cases. So that's the stuff that if we're talking about at the general level, even across the borders or across the divides, when we're talking about Republican versus Democrat, you still don't see voting patterns and behavior supporting things that I think would actually support the average lower to middle class Americans.
The average hang on, there's a buddy of Noelius I guess he's trying to
Noel,
catch up on what we're talking about.
We are talking about the Kansas City shooting yesterday. Money that's being put forward for lobbyists and people who want to avoid gun restrictions, or what I was originally talking about was people being very against, and a lot of the conversation even already going against, basic things like background checks and waiting periods and kind of common sense gun control.
Okay, fair enough. That's a good enough explanation. What was your last statement? What was I retorting? So when you talk about the way that I see it is these indifferent people, and what I would just say is like mass populations in America. I would describe the way that things are in the world, whether it be with gun reform, what's happening inside of schools, whether it be immigration, whether it be any of the above, right? We're mostly talking about the way that the government is handling its, citizens, vice its constituents. When you think about these people that, like I said, go to work, come home, food on the table, hi, honey, I'm home, and all of a sudden, they have these laws that they've been, again, indifferent about for however long because it just didn't affect their way of life, their pensions being cut or their children's schools. Now their kid can't go to school because it's
but it's not just indifferent about it. It's not voting in support of. And that's
it's not voting and not supported because they don't care, because why should they? And when these things happen, though, is what I'm saying, is whenever they begin to speak up, when they decide to vote, when they get possibly scared, whether it's in the direction of, my, what I prefer them to vote as, what you prefer them to vote for, what happens is that these people are starting to get more involved.
I mean, I would prefer for people to vote actually across the aisle if it's in areas that can, I don't want to just have everybody register as Democrat. I think that's what I tried to say even when I was talking about playing NPR, which I get leans left. I'd rather have people be, middle of the road, even unregistered or registered independent, and still voting for things that make sense, especially not only at their local level, but at the national or federal level. But we don't see a lot of that. We now see way more partisan affiliation, or where people get very scared about some of these issues only when it does directly impact them, like you're saying.
And at that point, it would be too late, right?
And
at
that's what I'm
point,
pushing
you're talking
back
about
on.
that
I'm
now
saying,
they plan to vote next year for somebody who's going to forget all about the things that they were worried about the year before. Like people vote when it doesn't matter. People vote way too late because they don't get interested in these things until something happens, and then by the time they're capable of voting for anything like that, by the time just the season comes around, those topics aren't even on the table anymore. And it's become this spider web of issues. And I mean, you talk about a spider web of issues whenever it comes to voting for something. Think about the bill that they're trying to pass right now. We're talking $60 billion to Ukraine, and then that's coming from the.
You're talking about that also being linked to border control, which was put forward and proposed by Republicans who then voted against it.
But what I'm talking about is a spider web, because it's like, think about this. For the most part, it doesn't matter what you believe. For the most part, whoever wants to send $60 billion to Ukraine probably doesn't want a lot of money to go to the border. And whoever wants the border control, the money to go to the border, probably does not want all the money to go to Ukraine.
But these things
now, whether you're
be
talking 100 billion, you're talking
linked,
50-50. Well, they might be
they're
directly
only
linked
for political and politicking reasons. And that's some of the stuff that really pisses me off too. Is you have a group of people who are saying, hey, this is a good election issue, or where even the voting against some of this stuff seems to have followed directly from a former president saying we shouldn't pass any bills because this is something we essentially want to be able to pin on the current administration, almost literally saying it like that. And then you have politicking getting involved in something that should be completely separated, or where you have two issues that we're talking about right now that the only reason
we're talking domestic and non-domestic.
Well, but the only reason they're linked in the same bill is because of politicking and political affiliation and this being an election year. And that's the stuff that also is anti-democratic.
Well, it brings it back to what I'm talking about. Whenever people decide that they actually want to start voting on some things, it's now become something that is like, if I want what I want, I have to vote for something I may not want.
Well, but
And
I mean,
maybe I'm sure there are plenty of people that want both things, but these are two very I would say that you could even maybe split it. Let's theoretically split it into 50-50. 50% of the people want to help the world, want to have the most compassion in the world, and then the other 50% see that compassion as disallowing Americans to gain their original, benefits of just being an American citizen. And then the other side, the one that says, I need all this compassion for the rest of the world. That way people see us as this superpower that does what superpowers are supposed to do. Lean into, maybe I'm talking out of my ass at this point, but basically kind of the point that I'm trying to make, I suppose, originally, is that the average American is finding themselves in a position to where they feel like they need to get more involved. And as we were discussing earlier, they are not educated in how to properly do so. And by the time they want to, it's way too late. That's kind of just what I'm trying to get onto.
Yeah. And the only pushback I would have is they're also voting for these people who are linking some of these issues, or who, in many cases, especially when we're talking about some of those who have even pushed for these issues to be linked, have been in positions of power for decades. And that's also due to what people should be voting for. So the only counter to that I would have is, if you have an issue with the way that your representatives are linking issues in the House or the Senate, then don't vote for those fucking people. Or don't vote based on party lines, which you also see a large number of people doing. No, I would advocate for more people to vote, but I'd advocate for people to vote in an educated manner. Like I said, I'd rather more people be registered independents, even if that means restrictions on certain primary voting, so that when it comes to the general elections, you can make sure that the people you are advocating for on either side of the aisle are people who are rational and ideally advocating for things that would benefit not only those individuals, but at the national and federal level, especially the average interests of Americans, and not super PACs and companies or corporate interests, or, those types of things. So when it comes to, the only thing I would disagree with what you said is it's these people are in those positions of power because people voted for them. And I think too many people, even if they don't identify, or even if they're not extremist left or extremist right, tend to vote on one side of the aisle over the other. And often this ties back to even larger things that I've gotten into multiple times, like religious affiliation, stuff like that, that it becomes sad when they then are being misrepresented, or when you have large groups of people who haven't had their wages risen, who lost their pensions, who don't have retirement plans, who, are essentially supporting people who, if you look at the voting behavior, even of the people that they're voting for, are not voting for programs that would benefit them. And whether we're talking about even on one side of the aisle or the other, the fact that people vote all blue or all red is part of the problem, and why we need better education. That's where I would rather have everyone just register as fucking independent and start reading, even if it's for only a few hours prior to voting seasons, or going into and looking at, or having even better public records available for the voting patterns for people in the House and the Senate, so that you can say, hey, who are these people I'm voting for, and how do their opinions or their views and their previous voting patterns match with the things that I think would benefit me, my family, and those around me. That's the stuff that, that's what democracy should, in theory, be built on. And instead we have these weird partisan lines that get these issues like international aid and border control and even local taxation and stuff linked in these fucking weird ways, where then people do feel pulled in one direction or the other.
So they are linked. And let me stop you. I feel like you're getting a little. This is kind of the thing I would just like to say. Maybe I feel just a little bit like a lot of your ideas are very beautiful, and while I would, in theory, love to believe what you say, maybe it's my disposition in believing that, for the most part, the cabal or the administration, whether it be the Biden administration or just, when I would say the Biden administration, I really just mean the current, I suppose my earlier word, the cabal, is sort of my concern. This is such an abstract concept to where it is so complicated to discuss What problems do you think there are in America? How you think you can solve those problems? And at the same time, it is really hard to avoid to get into a rabbit hole and think about, is everybody a fucking puppet? Is China really buying up all this land?
Has mainstream
Is
news
all
taken
this,
over all
is
of our
mainstream
minds?
news taking it over? Is mainstream news even do they even fucking matter?
Right.
What's a trusted source? Is Joe Rogan the best option, or is it the Washington Post? Is it who's shitting on who the least or the most? And how exactly do we get away from, and again, I do agree with most of what you're saying. I'm not going to specifically say about anything that I disagree with, not because I can't pinpoint it, but because it is difficult for me to choose an angle of, oh, this is wrong. We should make this right. And we can make this right by supplementing this. It is hard to choose that angle versus I think it's all a conspiracy theory, and we should probably check in on the Illuminati and see who's actually running shit.
Well, but that's also why I said,
sometimes it's very difficult to talk about these things.
Going back to the common sense portion, I totally agree. And there's certain news sources and podcasts and things I listen to outside of what I show on stream that I've also, referenced on multiple streams. But I think in general, if you're trying to find independently verified and kind of like journalistic integrity based sources to talk about in general, Associated Press and NPR aren't the worst sources to go to. And there's a lot of other shenanigans involved with a lot of other things, even including some of the podcasts and stuff that I've included on stream. So like I want to make sure I'm giving caveats when I am showing things that might be more biased one direction or the other. But as a person who, again, was like former NRA member and registered independent and, gun owner, person who's built multiple guns, who has registered all of those as well. Like, it's something where I feel like I need to discuss those nuances. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's wonderful, man. I just got done shooting some guns today.
It's one of those things, though, where I feel like I need to mention how you can see things from both sides of the aisle, or you can talk about, responsible, educated gun ownership, as well as being supportive of gun restrictions. And it doesn't need to be one or the other. It doesn't need to be, when I rage quit yesterday, was even in response to people who I know who immediately took what happened yesterday and went straight towards like, oh, Biden's gonna take our guns, kind of like crazy shit. Like
when you talk about gun what is it, restrictions or reform or anything, that's something that I feel like you almost don't. To me it sounds like you don't even understand what you're talking about, what you believe. I think that this is not no.
Background checks and waiting periods have been put on the table.
This is not me calling you an idiot. I'm saying that the way that you describe restrictions or safety classes or any of these things, I feel like this is, as you said, very common sense.
But it's been voted against in many states, though.
It has been voted against,
I feel like
and
many
that's because people are afraid.
who vote against them are the ones that don't understand these problems.
Right, and maybe they don't understand these problems, but I feel like they also don't understand what I would consider a necessity that they would, right? And I'm not trying to say that I'm above everybody and I have this absolute comprehension of the way everything should be. However, I also do not think that it is out of this world to expect a 10-day waiting period and an extensive federal background check to obtain a gun.
But that's what I'm talking about.
We're talking about separating criminal. So
I take a little bit of offense when you say like I may not understand what I'm talking about when I talk about
because
gun
I feel like what you're talking about. Do you think that that's a left?
That is painted as a leftist thing.
It does not sound that way to me.
Well,
I'm not necessarily. I do not consider myself right wing. I would rather say centrist.
But do you think that the majority of even like our current law enforcement or military population would be in support of 10-day waiting periods and background checks?
So this is what I'm saying. I feel like for the most part, anybody left does not think what you think. I'm not saying that you're centrist. I'm not saying that you're right. I'm saying that anybody left, in the way that you describe what you believe are gun restrictions or more extensive background checks, does not sound at all to the extreme of either side. In fact, it sounds very middle, and if not, it sounds very right, because it's not restricting people obtaining guns at all, because who the fuck needs a gun in 9 days?
Well, background checks by default do restrict, and I think that's why some people are against
They do, because they take so long, and if you were to do a federal one, then it would take much longer.
Which is why 10-day waiting periods usually are added.
But it's kind of like, who gives a shit? I mean, because if you're trying to go into a store...
Give a shit. That's my whole point, is you have large numbers of states who have tried to put these measures forward.
But it doesn't sound that out of this world. A lot of people are trying to limit the types of guns that you can have. A lot of people are trying to limit...
California does that.
how you can carry them. A lot of people are trying to limit what types of settings you can have on them. Right?
Well, but that's
and
why I'm saying if you limit the actual
people are afraid,
purchasing
though.
and
People
education,
that vote against it are afraid of they're afraid of the domino effect. That's really what it comes down
Right.
to.
Or-
if you asked me what I wanted to vote for, right, I'm
But I would consider
thinking
that
give them an
less-
inch, they'll take a mile. That's
But
what
that-
I'm thinking.
But that's also, if you're talking about just basic common sense legislation, that's the problem. Is you have lots of people who take this to the nth degree and say, "Well, what's going to happen next?"
Well,
Instead
what
of
could
like
happen
realizing,
next? Maybe I'm trying to vote for a wall at the border, and all of a sudden they're trying to send $60 billion to Ukraine. Maybe I'm trying to vote for $60 billion to Ukraine, and all of a sudden they want to build a wall at the border.
But we're now
right?
also
It
talking
seems like
about
whatever
issues
we're
that are
voting for
only being
happens.
linked-
Something that we don't want happens next. There is a reason people don't want to vote for these things. Maybe it's because they're uneducated. Maybe it's because
or maybe
they
it's because
have a
they're voting for
sincere-
people who find their own interests and linking these issues as more important than voting for common sense issues at their core.
I don't think that they're against common sense. I think what they're against is what may happen next, which is what I've tried to describe to you, is that a lot of these reforms, laws, bills, whatever it is, are not so one and done. A lot of the times they add a spider web of effects to their way of life, and that is exactly why they don't want to vote for these things in the first place.
They can, but even when we're talking about the most recent bills, which I do not think should have been linked between, border protection and
They
Ukraine,
shouldn't have been linked. They're very opposite, and what I would
half of-
believe anybody would believe in one would oppose the other.
I totally agree that they shouldn't be linked, but I'm saying you also have a large portion of the group who even helped write and put forward some of the border protection clauses that they themselves have said have been even more forward and better than anything we've seen in a decade, then vote against them. And I don't get how you explain how that works in a democratic system. Like, how do you have the group who wrote some of these measures vote against those things?
Well, I could almost guarantee, or as you would say, I would bet a lot amount of money on, that they will try to wiggle in this common sense law into something else that most of the citizens in, let's even just say specifically California, would actually want. So
But if that
find a
wasn't
law
in the
that,
law that they're voting against, then that's also a logical fallacy, right? They're saying like maybe something
are you
also
saying
happened
it's
in the
logical
future.
to wiggle something in to a law that people would mostly want, like, hey, what we're going to do is give $100,000 extra a year to every school, but also plus, more restrictive
No, but if I'm the party
gun
that,
checks
that
and
says
whatnot.
we need to include $100,000 to these schools in order to do this thing, and then I vote against the thing because I said I needed to link it to $100,000 for schools, who's the asshole here?
That is the asshole. However, that's what it's making you look like, right? It's making you look like the asshole for not wanting to give a mile or allow them to take a mile because you decided to give an inch.
Well, but that's what I'm
Just
also saying.
because you
like,
might be okay with what's also in there doesn't mean that you don't think of what could be down the line. So
But that's
it
where you
makes
also
you seem
then-
like an asshole for
that is
not
the
giving an
logical
extra
fallacy, though.
$100,000 to the schools, though, is what I'm saying.
and I don't disagree that they shouldn't have been linked, but if your argument is that they needed to be linked, and then you're worried about
No,
what
no, no.
might
My
happen
argument is
next,
not that they needed
I'm not
to be
saying
linked.
you. I'm saying like the.
Oh,
you know,
sorry. Go on.
Yeah,
General.
like the
general you.
The general you.
The royal you.
The royal you wants to link these things, but then say you vote against it because of what could happen next. They're in control of what happens next as well.
And that's that angle that gets so fucking complicated. You don't want to right? We're getting into what's conspiracy and what's real and what can I vote for that actually matters at the end of the day.
Right, and that's where it all goes back. Is that's what I raged against yesterday, or on many of my other streams.
I actually didn't hear it. So what was it that you really, if you don't mind, I'm not going to watch an hour of video and come back to you.
You're
so
fine. It was people linking basically like gun control to a lot of the issues that happened yesterday, or people being afraid of, this now being linked to.
I'm sure it's a 50-50. Yeah. And what was your rant, though? What were you specifically saying? What were you going on about?
That is an
and honestly,
irrational
do me a favor.
response.
Talk a little bit. I'm going to listen to your conversation completely, but I'm going to step away and just grab a drink. But I am listening. Okay.
Yeah. So my whole argument yesterday is that that's an irrational response, or even when you look at voting patterns and even the increase in, homicide rates and violence and things that are happening in Kansas City, there are common sense ways to try to combat some of these issues. And I don't think a good way to do that is to immediately oppose anything that might be common sense measures because you're afraid of that having trickle down effects, or exactly like what we were just talking about, saying like, well, what's going to be the next step after that? Are they just going to, come into our house and take all of our guns kind of bullshit, which is like direct responses and things that not only did I hear from people who I know, but which if you go on like Twitter or other places, you saw people immediately going towards. And yeah, that stuff. Especially when we're talking about even the amount of lobbying again and funds that are put towards making sure those things aren't happen or hoping that those things don't happen and trying to sway the opinion of people, or also compare that against the increases in large amounts of budgets that we have for the over 800 law enforcement officers we have on site, or even considering that to like Los Angeles and other places where you have lots of these, militarization of police and large amounts of spending that are happening in these areas, not having these incidents decrease over time, or where we're now at a mass shooting per week in America, despite putting large amounts of money into, police programs, having other national defense systems and other, military on site for even just simple things like Super Bowl parades, and it not preventing, or not only not preventing, but us showing over the last decade and 2 decades a large increase in these things to where we now are having these happen at not only a rate that no other first world country is seeing, but if it's happening almost every single week, maybe we're not putting all of our money into the right places, was really just the general argument.
Okay, I'm back. I just had to pee. I'm no heathen, so I washed my hands. But I was listening to what you were talking about.
So that was just the general consensus, and where I tied it back today to saying, like, I'm not trying to say we need to defund the police or we need to defund the military or things there, but the fact that these issues not only become linked, but just like we were just talking about.
I think police reform is quite understandable. When you think about, and when I think about reform, I don't think about paying them less, but.
Well, but maybe, I'm not even calling
for
that.
The best thing is to just start putting them through a physical assessment.
Exactly.
Twice a year.
I'm saying put the money towards
sense.
programs that make sense and can actually help increase protection.
Put the money towards what matters, right?
We're not putting general sense.
No, they ignore, and this is from anecdote, but that I would almost say that means it is true. They put money towards a lot of complaining. They put money towards a lot of overtime, and they do not incentivize staying in shape. I've seen some ripped motherfuckers on the police force, and they are patriots, and they do what's right, and they tell, whether it be a transient or a bad motherfucker rolling up to cause some issues, they tell them to fuck off, and that's because it's their job. And I also see plenty of police officers that just roll around, they're indifferent. Oh, there's a homeless guy on the street, let me talk to him, ask him to move to the other side of the street. And that is the extent of their job.
Or
and
my bigger issue is more just those that don't even really seem like capable of.
Well, there's capable, and I would say capable
performing their job
goes along with motivated. And I would say that capable and motivated are almost exclusive. And I would say that indifferent and incapable, or disabled rather, those often go along. It's rare that I see some gym nut not give a shit about his law enforcement job, and it's also rare that I see some
you could argue it goes extreme in the other direction too, though.
That can't.
Like you could
Are
say
you saying that some motivation? What? Sorry. What?
You can become overly motivated in some. Like I'm not gonna say there's not an other end to that spectrum either, where you have people.
That's
who
a
might
spectrum.
Be,
we're not
like,
talking spectrums. We're talking percentages, right? Now,
Yeah.
whenever I talk about what I'm talking about, and whenever I would just I would like to kind of state something, and maybe I'm coming up with this right now, but I would like to say that when I speak and when you speak and when we're talking to each other about these ideals, I would like us to think about it in a context of 80-20, which is 80% is the majority that we are discussing, and that's where most of the problems lie, and that allows us to disregard the other 20%, which would be the exception that we're trying to argue at the end of, the little pieces that we're trying to say. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that there's not all kinds of people, all kinds of places, all kinds of shapes, all kinds of sizes.
Yeah, but I would tend to argue more from a bell curve perspective instead of that, and say, like, if we're talking about even just anything on either tail of the curve, then we're clearly talking about a subset But when we're talking about, like you said, like general averages or like the
Exactly. I'm
mean-
trying to just bring up a little bit of more of a general conversation because we can nitty gritty all day long, and I'm mostly trying to get into what, and maybe I am speaking a bit more on anecdote, and that's unfair to what I'm trying to say. But you understand where I'm coming from, right? Speaking generally is going to it's going to motivate the way that we discuss this a little bit further instead of trying to talk about what exceptions there might or could be, because we'd be talking forever about all the different possibilities that there could be.
Well, and even back to your original comments, you know, I think I'm probably going to try to start talking about Palworld here too.
Yeah, that's exactly why I came here,
which is what I am playing.
Palworld, man.
And going back to the positive vibes, as much as I would love to continue chatting about this stuff, I think I'd like to jump into some Palworld stuff.
Well, would you mind if I stayed in? Because I got to tell you, man, I have, let's see here. I have 270 hours inside of Palworld. So if you want, I can just watch what you do, and I can talk to you about a couple things. So you got any questions, man? Where did you build your base? Pull up your map. Let me see where that base is at.
So right now we have a base where we're making all of our eggs. And so we've got a spot where we can get the temperate zone for cold.
You're northwest.
Northwest. We also have a mining base up here where we've got access to all the ore. And
is this a dedicated server?
This is a Linux server that I'm running myself.
Okay. And how come you didn't tweak the settings? That honestly, man, my huge eggs take a minute. I'm not cool with waiting.
Because I'm not a fucking cheater.
I'm not no fucking cheater, man. If I was a cheater, I would have I would have caught the bosses to fight the other bosses with 30,000 health. All right, I would have caught a Grisbold.
I did catch all of the tower bosses, but I have not put them in my party.
Them? That's fucking cheating.
But I have not put them in my party to use for any type of attacks. I just have them all for show.
I'll believe that.
No, I'm dead serious. I've streamed every time I played the game.
Okay. You act like I'm just like you're just this big streamer and I'm just this big fan. And
no, but I mean I haven't.
Cause see my other stream. I promise you, I'm no cheater.
I did actually even start with the egg settings on the highest level because I didn't realize those were the Linux defaults. We are back, Noel. So I did set the egg settings to be normal instead of hard mode. But I still even have my drop on death be all. So I drop all my pals, all my equipment, all my stuff. So I have them still set to some of the harder settings, which. Even if you look at some of the games I've played, or like I have a list on my thing, I'm not acting like I'm a big streamer or anything like that, but I played most of the games I have played on hard mode because I find it to be more fun when it's more challenging.
Okay. No, I can appreciate that. I'm not going to the first time I played this game, I pumped about 20 hours into my own personal server with all of the easiest of settings. Like I changed everything to the lowest of the low. That way I could streamline myself to the highest level and explore everything best I could. That way, well, I mean, you know, this game only came out damn near a month ago.
I was going to say, I think I've done a pretty good amount of exploration for...
Well, yeah, exactly. But I did all of my exploration within about a day or two.
That's pretty
all
crazy.
Of my exploration as far as what I sought my system to be, what stats I thought were important, what pounds I thought were important, what I discovered was important when it came to, oh shit, I need to craft all these balls. Holy shit, I need to mine a bunch of fucking what's that blue shit called? The fucking blue gel in the vial. What's that called? It's the PAL fluids. Yeah, the gob fins drop that. The necessity of having to farm the gob fins has finding that out late game and then tailoring that to when I decided to get a dedicated server was very helpful to me.
So how are you running your server, I guess, to flip the question around, since I built mine just on a Linux server I'd already set up when you said you got...
So I did originally plan to set it up on my laptop and just have a dedicated server on my laptop and stream it over to my main PC. Just because I have like a 5-year-old laptop, very capable, but I would say not what I want to run games on, but definitely if I could host on it, it's very capable of that. But right now, I just have a dedicated server, and it's got... Here, I can actually tell you what it's got on it. Let me look at this real quick.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to some people just 2 days ago about using hosted server stuff, which I'd previously looked into for Minecraft before.
Hosted server?
Building the server.
Your Linux server, is that on all the time?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay,
and I'm also running Minecraft at the same time. And
yeah,
Valheim.
So the issue I was coming up with, it was that I couldn't log in unless my friend was logged in, and then he could, the other people, you know what I mean? And it's like, we need to be able to access our shit. Otherwise, nobody's gonna fucking play here. And I paid like $30 a month for it. Or at least I bought it, talked to my friends, I was like, let's fucking do this. And now they all send me like $5 a month.
Right on. That's how I used to kind of do things for Minecraft a long time ago.
It's funny that you say Minecraft because every time I discuss my Palworld server to people, they're like, "Oh, just like Minecraft." And I'm like, you know what? I never fucking played Minecraft. I never played it.
It's pretty awesome. Or Noel can
pieced it up.
attest
I
to
own
some
it
of
on
that
Switch.
too.
I own it on Xbox. I own it on PC because I had like a girlfriend and then a best friend and then a fucking dude from work that wanted me to buy it. And you know, and I have it, and I have pieced into it a little bit, but I swear I do not comprehend that game to any capacity.
It's not too different. I mean, well, it is in a lot of ways from... I was going to say it's not too different from Palworld, but there are quite a handful of differences. I see them as being somewhat related. It's a survival crafting game in that regard.
Well, let's talk about what you got going on with your pals there. So right now you have a depressed merchant.
Starving
that it
miner.
Seems that you have.
This is a very sad base. I can't
Do
seem
you
to keep
think
them
that
from...
merchant, what does that merchant do for you? Is he there because
Oh,
you
yeah.
just keep him around so you can run up right to him?
Yeah, so here's this whole base. We even cured...
Also, you have straw pal beds. I'm fucking knocking you for that.
I have the upgraded ones as well.
I also want to tell you that you can
Actually, I
build
may
a
have
fucking
deleted those
tower.
here.
You can build a tower in the sky.
Oh, I know.
Lock up your fluffy beds, and they will sleep on the floor, and it doesn't matter.
So that's the problem here, is it seems it's also a dedicated server problem from looking into this, is if I play for an extended period of time, they immediately become depressed just because I don't visit them at this base. Because, like,
Fuck 'em.
I guess on the dedicated
Buy medicine
side...
from the pal merchants you caught.
Well, I can't buy the high-quality stuff, so same thing as this base, which they don't have as many problems with, but they still get sad regularly, but you can't buy the high-quality medicine stuff.
What do you mean high quality? You're talking green shots?
Yeah.
You're talking, that's the high. Yeah, you can buy, go to Small Settlement. You know where Small Settlement is?
The one by the fish? Oh, no, yeah, you're talking about
go
right
to-
by the
go to
starting
your- go to
area,
your map.
right down here?
No. Go to your map real quick.
Yeah, it's like right down here.
Well, I have to like watch you. And
You're talking about
it's
right here,
latent.
right?
Yeah, there you go. If you go to Small Settlement, you catch the two guys that are in there. You got a pal trader, and then you have the Small Settlement guy. Small Settlement guy, the actual merchant over there, he sells high quality stuff. It's like 1,000 a pop.
So here's the question I have. What's the benefit of keeping them happy? I know that sounds kind of fucked up, but like...
The benefit of keeping them happy? Probably nothing, honestly. I mean, I would say that I prefer them to be healthy. I would say that maybe I think it's going to mean they work less. You know,
well, but I also got like this
fresh.
Lily's spear that says like it punishes those who neglect their pals. So I don't know if that means like I do less damage when I have neglected pals or not.
Honestly, get yourself a refined metal pickaxe and you don't need that spear anymore.
I don't have the refined metal one yet, but I do have the metal one.
I mean, even the refined one. I mean,
You use the pickaxe for damage?
No, are you kidding me? I use an assault rifle. I use a pump shotgun.
I have an assault rifle.
What level is it? Have you been dungeoning? Also, you need to build your base on a fucking thing that doesn't allow you to allow them.
I don't know
to
that
raid
they
you.
will. That's what I actually want to test right now.
You don't know that they will raid you?
I don't know that they'll be able to get up here.
Okay, let's see.
That's what we're going to test.
Looks like they're kind of on their way.
They're on their way, but I don't see them getting up here.
Okay, because I've seen the same thing before. Let's see if they can. Where the fuck are they? Oh, dude, they're right there.
But they can't jump.
Well, they're running.
So
Where
what
are
I
they
am
running
susceptible to are the flying ones here, I believe. Yeah, they're just running right to here. They can't do shit. Ha 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 ha. Fuck you guys.
Yeah, they really... Yeah, they kind of can't. Wait, where's your base? Let me see your base. Let me see the ring of your base. Also, you can destroy those guys. Yeah, yeah, there you go. Yeah.
My base's ring ends right over here. So you can see it right here.
Oh, yeah. I feel like I saw another ring somewhere else. Okay, yeah, that's good. That's healthy, I suppose. I like your building, but it looks like it's terrible for pathing. No. I was thinking about the other base. This base looks fine. The other base looks like it has very terrible pathing, unless you're the only person
Oh
that's
shit, I
trying to
just
get
knocked some up.
upstairs.
I did the opposite of what I wanted to do. Yeah, the other base is not good. I definitely need to change some things there.
Well, how many bases do you have? One or two?
3.
Or 3. You have 3? Where's the third one?
I'll show you that one next. I just want to kill this raid first.
Okay. Yeah, for sure.
Oh no!
You have like no ammo. Do you have a sulfur base?
I do. I was gonna buy ammo, but instead I bought high quality PAL fluid because I need that to craft the next thing.
You should craft ammo, sell nails, and buy everything else.
Yeah, I've read about the selling nails thing. I just haven't gotten that deep into the optimization yet.
For sure. I get what you're saying.
My focus has been more on killing all the bosses. So one of the benefits is like, even though I'm only 42, I've killed most of the bosses up to level 47.
Yeah, have fun with Shadowbeak unless you have a fucking what is it? Frostsicle? The fuck is their name? Frostbite?
You're talking about the
horse.
Frost Stallion?
Frost Stallion.
Yeah, that's level
it's
50.
Northwest.
Yeah. I found that, but it's level 50, so I haven't...
You'll destroy her with the fucking Blazamut, and you'll destroy a Blazamut with the fucking Yormantide.
I did just get a Jormuntide last stream.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I have 2 of those now, actually.
You got a boss that scales.
Where the fuck is the other thing that's hurt?
Jesus, how many pals do you have? Have you
my,
been condensing?
My PAL box is almost full. Yes, I was condensing while we were talking, actually.
Oh, okay. I must not have been.
Yeah, that's part of my problem is I now have some that need like 16 or whatever because I've condensed basically.
So that's where you start
most
breeding.
Of the types.
You have that second breed farm, dude. Throw a fucking Gale Claw in there. You know what I mean? Fucking condense your Gale Claw, and then you want to breed perfect pals, right? You want to breed like a perfect Jet Dragon. You want to breed like a perfect Suzuku Alpha.
I don't have
I
don't have a Jet Dragon yet.
Okay, well, what I'm saying is that you want to breed a perfect one, and you're gonna breed about 100 things before you get all of the stats. By the way, I can explain breeding to you so much better than
No, I mean, I was just gonna say the same thing. I've heard a bunch of this stuff too, but I've just been trying to have fun and like take out the bosses rather than.
I am not trying to shit on
truly
your play style,
optimize.
But I gotta say, I know so much. I know too much.
I get that, and I've honestly tried to avoid like some of the craziness, but I've seen some of the Reddit posts and like stuff about optimization. Or there was even a person who was in here fairly recently talking about how to breed like the legendary trait on a bunch of different things.
Yeah. It's a trickle down.
Yeah,
I know
exactly.
how much you like trickle down.
Well, it's more that I haven't wanted to put any time into some of that stuff yet compared to just like getting all the weapons and things first. But to show you the other base that I was talking about, which you were talking about building towers into the sky, this one doesn't have sad people. Only have one sad person, actually. We have one depressed Phalaris. But this is a pretty... Well, I guess I can just fly this Phalaris to show it off. This is the breeding base that does go up 3 floors. I just didn't go into any of those earlier. So I haven't filled all of it out.
Well, hey, I'm gonna... So, well, I suppose let me propose this to you first. I can stream right now to Discord. You can bring it up live if you'd like. I can kind of show you what I have going on and just kind of explain it if you'd like.
Why don't we do that when I'm not live?
Sure, I can do that. I can do that either or. It doesn't matter.
Well,
I gotta tell you, I have to wake up for work at 2:30 in the morning, and you know that you and I are in the same time zone.
Yeah. So yeah, why don't we maybe catch some time when I'm not live and.
Absolutely.
I'll take a look at some of your stuff.
I don't even think I've added you as a friend even.
I mean, I've got you on my Discord. I even did the little wave to say hi.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna send you a friend request because I don't know how Discord works. I feel like everybody's been rocking Discord for like a decade, and I'm fucking brand new. I only know friend requests and like trying to use it in a way that like makes sense with like Facebook or something similar. But I can stay on. I'll stay on for a little bit longer though, so don't worry. But we will catch a little bit of offline time.
For sure.
But just continue with what you're doing. Tell me about what it is that you have going on.
Well, in terms of responding to other people, like Noel, I definitely also love Minecraft. I've been recommended Persona, but haven't played any of that yet, although I do own a little bit of it. Or that was actually something that got brought up before I was playing Palworld and before.
You have stocks in Minecraft?
This.
Is that what you're saying?
No, Persona.
Oh, Persona. You have stocks in Persona?
No, the games.
Oh, you own the game Persona.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was like, wow, this guy. I was like, what is he
responding to the other people in chat, which clearly you are not following either anymore.
The guys in chat? I'm looking at the chat, and I've been noticing that
I believe Noelle is a gal.
Someone said...
But yeah, it's one that I haven't dove into because I know it's got a ton of backstory and lore, and just knowing the way I play some of these games, I feel like I would be compelled to spend a ton of time getting up to speed on a bunch of those. I own 3. I don't own 4, but I don't know what the general consensus is for what you should start with. Yeah, Persona 4 Golden is what I've seen a bunch of people recommend, but I have not played that.
I've not played that either. You play much of PvP? You play like the finals Apex?
I used to play Apex. The last time I played Apex was like 4 years ago when it, like shortly, like
No
a year
kidding.
after it came out.
I've been playing Apex for 4 years.
I played a lot of Call of Duty. I just haven't played any of that on stream. Like part of me starting streaming was like I had been playing Call of Duty and a bunch of like even old Blizzard games and Overwatch and stuff that I'd played for years that I was just kind of grinding through and not having a ton of fun with. So it's like I might as well just not only work through my backlog of stuff that I want to play, but you know, I just started streaming like last September. So my thought was I'd play things that are not only fun for me to play, but that other people might enjoy seeing me play. But yeah, I used to play a ton of FPSs.
What do you do on the regular? What do you do for your daily? I mean, you're streaming towards the evening. I imagine you have a 9 to 5 sometimes.
Yeah, so for the last like 7 years, I worked mostly on like the people and HR side with some aerospace companies here in LA, and then have been doing mostly consulting work in that same kind of space, but outside of aerospace for the last like 13, 14 months.
Okay, give me a job there. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I mean, there's tons of that, or talk about Space Force and a lot of the things that are pretty close to the Los Angeles area, or even
No,
LAX.
I'm more into the 3-letter agency. So as I just told you earlier, I'm in the military, so I am looking
Yeah,
more
but that's,
into
I mean,
FBI,
Space Force is the
CIA
military.
type of deal. Yeah, I'm not gonna cross branches. That's not something I would like to do.
Well, even as a contractor, though, you can make some pretty good money.
Yeah, but I don't want to contract for something that I understand but don't love.
Well, that's fair, and that's part of why I started doing some contracting work, is because I realized I could maybe not only make a better impact, but enjoy the work more from that perspective.
Absolutely.
So, but you don't have to work for 3-letter agencies to do that. There's tons of private companies and other places that, you know.
Well, what am I gonna be, a merc? Now I gotta go to Ukraine, fight that
No,
fight?
I mean,
don't want to
even,
do that.
even on like the project management and like program management, like interfacing with, you know, some of those agencies and stuff. Like there's
No,
tons.
I'd love to be in the field, and I feel like domestically, that's
Well,
where my abilities would be best handled.
Well, then
Or
you're,
best,
you're
best
limiting
put to use.
yourself in that regard, though.
Limiting myself to helping out domestic America. I don't feel that at all. I feel like I would be doing something good.
Noel, which one would you recommend I start with?
Which one? What would I recommend?
Asking Noel, because they were
Oh,
talking
okay.
about Persona, and
Okay.
going back to the earlier part, they said that, you know, Fun Fact could give a rundown for Persona, but I have 3. I've been recommended 4, or like Persona 4 Golden. There is a 5 now, though, right? But I don't know which the best. Persona 5 Royal, very beginner friendly. Is it stream friendly? Is it something people would enjoy watching? Or that I could get caught up on the lore on without having to just read a bunch of stuff on stream? If no one else shows up, I would. I appreciate that, Noel. Very, very much. But yeah, I also know a handful of people who have also been in the military and lived down in Oceanside and down there by
Probably about
Pendleton
where I
and
live.
other places.
Yeah, probably pretty close. Probably a half an hour away from where I live.
Oh yeah. I mean, exactly. If I have a feeling of where you are, I know exactly where that is.
Well, if I've said that I'm in San Diego and that I'm in the military, you can pinpoint my location within about 45 minutes of whatever.
Yep. I mean, it's a beautiful area down there too, or even just further north of that, in like
Oh,
Solana Beach
absolutely.
and other places. I absolutely
Women
love.
are beautiful, but I gotta say the women are so woke over here. It is very difficult to
Fuck
talk to
out
a
of
lady.
here. Fuck out
I
of here.
gotta say, man, the women are pretty.
God damn it.
I'm not a California native, but goodness gracious, the women are quite the handful to have to deal with from time to time.
Gonna get me in trouble here.
I'm not trying to say that. Well, you know what I mean. Come on, we all date. We all go on. We all have little girlfriends, and we all experience life.
Yeah,
and
but the life
what
down
it
there also in
entails.
like Pacific Beach and Ocean, like in that area is quite different too. It's almost more like
It's
college
peculiar.
towny. Like
That's a good way to put it, right? And it's so peculiar because it's like you're either going to get the preppiest of the preps or the liberalist of the liberals. And I don't think even liberals, like the most of the liberals, like the most extremists, it's like, whoa, what's
you find
that?
a pretty big spectrum as you get closer to downtown though. Like when you get closer to downtown, you actually find a pretty large group of the population that tend to swing the opposite direction.
Well, I wonder if that's because the people that enjoy going downtown are the people that are not native to here, and they're like, yeah, I came here for the downtown scene, you know?
Yeah, either that or
something
they
like
like, have retired there or something.
Yeah, if you've retired here, it's because you enjoyed the weather, and you bought a house while you were here.
You could really just jump in because all the Persona games are technically connected. So it's like Final Fantasy, kind of, it sounds like. Canon only between 3 and 5, counting most spin-off games. I believe Persona 1, Persona 2, and Persona 2.
Well, hey, I'm going to let you get back to your chat, big dog.
Hey.
I probably should go to bed. I got to wake up in about 5 hours.
Well, thanks for joining in. I'm always open, and I actually, you're the first person actually who's taken me up on like real live debating. So thank you for doing
I
that.
don't really know. Yeah, you said that, and I was like, yeah, that's an easy day. I didn't know that was an option.
Yeah, totally an option. And I mean, even if we don't agree on everything, this is, I feel like a good example, even compared to me raging yesterday and stuff, where even if we're not in full agreement on everything, we can have a civil conversation about this stuff.
And that's what it's about, right? But that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be. There's a couple fundamentals, and I would say one of them is just you and I, whether our opinions differ, have the best interest of American citizens in mind.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. And common
that's
sense kind of,
right.
making sure you're
that
educated
entails-
on things that you're involved in.
Sure. Education is so important, and not even if you're trying to do something or stand for something, but your education is so important for you to be able to just express yourself properly. If somebody asks you a question and you have a belief, your ability to express the way that you feel about something is very important, and I feel like taken for granted by a lot of people that just don't take the time to research what they believe, whether what they believe is even
or don't have an
thing for somebody
interest
else.
in having reasonable conversations and like being rational about something.
Either don't have an interest. Maybe you stand your gun so hard, so ignorantly,
Stand your ground.
either side, and it's ridiculous the way that people can stand their grounds without having, learned about anything that they're trying to talk about. Your ability to express the way that you feel or believe about something is very important. And I think ultimately, if people can gain the ability to express their political, religious, educational, financial, whatever it is, beliefs, your ability to express that to somebody is of the utmost importance, because that can lead to people proactively solving the problems that we talked about.
Or working together.
Get solved too late, or at least, right. We can talk about working together. If everybody understands where they're coming from, and everybody can gain the perspective from the other side, or from a different perspective of somebody else that's educated, we could all be in a better place. Because right now it feels like a bunch of ignorant people from either side. Doesn't matter if you believe, you should be arrested for doing gay things in public, or you believe that, everybody should be gay. And just to go to two extremes, right? I'm not trying to get
No, I get what you're
controversial
doing.
here.
You're going back to the spectrum argument. I get what you're saying here.
I'm just getting back to, one side, the 1% versus the 100%, whether you're from the low or the high, it doesn't matter. If you have the ability to express yourself and understand somebody's perspective, and vice versa, them to you, we could all be on a better page together. Maybe not the same page, but we could be on page 20 and you can be on page 25 instead of 1 in 1,000.
Yep.
And that's what it's all about.
I completely agree. And thanks again for joining in. Also, thank you for the subscription as well. I really do appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries, man. I gotta say, I caught about 2.5 minutes of ads, and I was like, "This is fucking bananas." So I'm
Well,
gonna talk to this
in
guy.
my start, I run like the 3-minute one just so that it doesn't cut in while I am talking or while I am in the middle
That's
of conversation.
right.
and
I
stuff,
do remember
so.
hearing that you guys have an option of when you can play the ads. So I was like, you know what?
Well,
fuck
I
it,
have an
$6
option
to
other
this guy.
than what happened even just like while we were talking like 20 minutes ago. It auto played like 14 minutes ago because I didn't run it. So like I try to run it at the beginning because otherwise it'll just happen randomly.
Well, I subbed it and it didn't matter anymore because so I'm not super worried about it.
All right.
Well, hey, big dog,
Yeah,
I will
have a
talk
good
to you
night.
later, okay?
All right.
Appreciate
yeah.
you.
Cheers. Oh no, you're good, Noel. Perfect timing. Not a huge Final Fantasy, but there are 2 Persona 2s, Innocent Sin and Eternal Punishment. Awesome. Well, I'll look into some of those. I still haven't gone down that rabbit hole. I have heard very many good things about it and have thought about playing those. I tend to rabbit hole quite a bit in some of those, or even just with like a lot of the Elder Scrolls series and things. I'll read a bunch of the books and read a bunch of the lore, and I've gone down it and I'm not safe. But I don't know how engaging that would be, or that's some of my bigger concern with some of those things is like I get lost in the lore for a lot of those things, and we'll even read like wiki entries and stuff to make sure I'm, you know, reading all the right things, and I don't know how much people would want to see me do that. What's up, Con? Loves to get deep in those holes. Well, can be a multiple entendre there. It's not better. I'm just being honest here. I mean, even when I was playing No Man's Sky and stuff, like which Con was here for, I was trying to do all the things and make sure I was doing them kind of in the right order and shit. And like, I've learned, since that was also one of the first games, not first games I streamed, but one of the earlier ones, that's not an engaging way to do things. Or that even for stuff like this, like maybe watching me craft all this bullshit, I should probably be crafting some of this off stream so that you're not just watching me play around at my base. But it tends to play well also when I'm having conversations, especially with new people who I've never met before. And, you know, again, very happy that someone took me up on the live debate option. It's fun. It's one of the benefits I see of this platform that I haven't had. Con was the fucking best at No Man's Sky. We had our disagreements, but I do think you did a pretty damn good job and found some pretty amazing ships. That what I've been secretly hoping for, actually, is that they would provide more updates to that. I prefer silly debates, too. I think, you know, obviously, even in conversations I've had with Con and with a handful of other people, like, I was maybe a little bit too heated yesterday, especially based on, not conversations with Con or with you, but with other people. Like, it got pretty, you know, it turned into weird territory. And for stuff that is close to home, like literally, and where I disagree strongly with some of the perspectives and opinions, or try to have some of those kind of rational conversations with people, and then it just devolves into weird politicking. Like, I think it's important to try to hash some of those things out. And I admit I did not do a good job of that yesterday. I rage quit my own stream because I could sense myself getting worked up and like getting pissed off about this stuff. But been a few, apparently. Haven't read any of the notes. Yeah, there have been some updates, but I've been hoping there'd be like a huge update outside of some of the holiday things that would really just like, you know, bring me back. You are always welcome to pull up with a silly debate. I much prefer silly debates. I did master debate the last 2 days. I was master debating myself and talking about stuff, you know, related to the shooting. I even started my stream today by kind of giving a more rationed and like reasonable, I would say not rationed, measured response to some of the things. But I published my stream from yesterday, which I'm not saying because I want people to have to go back to it, but because I even mentioned, while kind of getting called out for some of the stuff I was talking about, or like talking shit on some of the cops and the number of law enforcement and, you know, some of their physical fitness levels and things that weren't, I get, you know, entirely relevant to the entire conversation. That's awesome to hear, man. Yeah, but I mean, I think it's also important to like not just ignore that, or as easy as it would have been for me to not publish that stuff and to just like pretend it didn't happen, or to just like come back and be like, oh, positive vibes, I don't want to, you know, publish the things I said yesterday. Like, I may catch some shit for them, who knows, but I'd rather, oh shit, did I take those from here? Yes. I'd rather do that and own it than like just pretend it didn't happen. Yeah, and in case anyone did miss it, you know, I'm not proud of everything I said yesterday. I get some of it was a little heated, but I still stand by the general argument, which is what I was just talking about, you know, in real time. And even though, you know, we didn't agree on everything just now, with like linkage, or I think they said it was pronounced like linkage. Linkage. I think we had a pretty decent conversation about things. Didn't get heated. No yelling. I still see that as one of the best benefits for this platform. Okay, I think we go off and do some boss stuff now, though. Now that I'm going to be over-encumbered just from collecting all the things. The downside is I need to get more coal in order to make more carbon fiber, and then I need to make more refined metal. What else? I forget what else I even needed. I think it was pretty much just that. Might have to watch a posted stream for the first time ever. What's crazy is those have started getting more views too. Or like, not to toot my own small-time streamer horn, but like I've started noticing even some of my YouTube videos, which were previously getting like 0 or like 1 or a couple of views, have started getting more too. But like even some of my previous streams, it's kind of nuts. Like when I'll just pull it up here because I can look at some of this stuff. Or like even looking at some of the things I have posted are getting, like I have some that are in the hundreds now, which is kind of, I mean, it's kind of crazy to me. Because I definitely didn't have like hundreds of people in when I was doing the streams. So I don't know who's watching all of these things, if I'm even just calling myself out or being honest. But yeah, like to see some of the things I have posted, because I've posted everything recently. There's only a couple of things from even like a couple of months ago where I like doxed myself and shit that I haven't done. And they're not all like that. Like I still have some that are, that's what I don't get. Like some that are only like 26 views. But even in times where I don't have huge raids and stuff, like I have a handful that have gone up, or like a few now that have gone up into the hundreds, which is pretty, I mean, this was just last week, 5 days ago. So it's awesome to get to see that. Justin tooting on stream is uncouth. I'm sorry if you got attacked by an ad. I didn't think that's running right now, is it? I thought I just had that run like 20 minutes ago or so. I don't show it running right now. Oh, it may have just ran again. Oh, no. I see. So we're at 2.5 hours. So it wasn't 14 minutes ago. Time flies when you're having fun. It was probably like almost an hour ago. Drink Travis Kelce emoji? Drunk Travis Kelce emoji? No, I need a drunk Jason Kelce emoji. I've also been called out for being heavily KC biased, which is why I had to even pull up, or you actually can confirm this. You of all people can confirm this in real time, that I have shipped the Kel Swift, or I even had to pull up on Twitter to show that I was one of the first people to even do the Kel Swift and, you know, SwiftC hashtag. Like literally one of the first people. And when I say one of the first, I'm not talking about like one of the first dozen or hundreds, like one of 2 people when this, like I was shipping this shit before it was cool. Here, I'll do this even outside of my own profile just to see what pops up again. So we're doing... Oh my god, there's so many of them. We'll do Kel Swift instead. I think that was less popular. Here, this might help too. Still so many of these too. Yeah, here we go. Here we are, Jay Vicarian, September 24th. One person who's legitimately ahead of me. This shit's not related at all to Travis Kelce. And then same thing for... Well, we'll just click it from here, I guess. Like the SwiftC stuff. Sort by latest. Like you still see like my shit right here, probably because I'm logged into my profile. September 24th. 2 other posts. So, literally, I should have. I mean, it's not about that, though. It's like I've been getting called out about some of it, or I assume some people are like, oh, yeah, bandwagon fan kind of shit, especially not living in Kansas City and things right now, too. But what they don't realize is I was just ahead of the curve. Or even in conversations back in the No Man's Sky days, 5 months ago, it's crazy. It's actually already been 5 months, but in the same respect, it almost feels like it's been longer. Like, time has flown by, but it's also nuts that, we're on episode 140 and it's only been 5 months. So it goes both ways, I guess. I went to the wrong base, too. A lot can happen in a 5-month period of time. Or that was also what I was talking about when I was going through some of that. I was like, wow, that was September 24th, which was like just the second week, or I guess technically like third week I'd been streaming. But even that isn't a full 6 months ago. It seems like it was longer ago. Time flies when you're having fun, but also like it's interesting how it can seem like a lot more has happened during that period of time when I think about even just the number of games I've played. Like I've blown through like almost 24 games, some of which I've played for over 100 hours, including Palworld. I don't know if that's a good thing or not in some regards. Like that might be maybe a little bit unhealthy in some aspects too. As long as everybody's having fun, that's what really matters. Okay, now to confirm, I know I'm going to need to get more coal, but I'm not going to mine that right now. That just seems like it wouldn't be fun. Talking about streaming Persona, it really depends on your audience. Persona series deals a lot with story. Each game is its own things. Like Persona 4 is a murder mystery. Persona 5 is more of a picaresque coming-of-age story, and the main playstyle is a turn-based dungeon crawler. Yeah, so I saw the Persona 4 stuff, or Con and I used to play with a person who was very big into Persona even before Persona 4, like Persona 3 stuff. I only own Persona 4, but I'd definitely be interested in checking it out. And I don't dislike turn-based stuff. Just from what I'd heard about it without really even knowing too much about the gameplay, it's like one of those things where it's like the gameplay versus the lore kind of stuff, or like those kind of memes, and where I tend to go deep into the holes of the lore. And I know that kind of stuff, even for like Morrowind and Skyrim and stuff, like Morrowind and Oblivion, I guess Oblivion probably as much, if not more than Morrowind. Like, I spent hours just reading, like, the fucking books and stuff, or, like, not even playing the game. Same with Mass Effect, which is why my name is Jay Vicarian. So you're saying each game has its own persona? It's actually pretty clever. Yeah, and, like, meta, right? It's a bit tricky, but you basically pick it up as you play. Yeah, I mean, that's where, if I can do that, I think that'd be a good thing to stream. I'll add it to my wish list. Here, let's do that right now before I forget. Because Persona 5 didn't even come out that long ago, though, right? I thought? Or maybe it has. I also see 2 Persona 5s. I see, 3 Persona 5s. I see Persona 5 Royal, Persona 5 Strikers, and Persona 5 Tactica. Add Shrouded to your breach. Well, they're all like full $60 games. Are the others like spin-offs or DLC kind of things? Also, Noel, I know you said you've been playing Minecraft for a really long time. When I rebooted and actually was looking at some of my old server stuff, there was actually a person back when I ran my old server who also had the name of Noel and used to play with their boyfriend at the time. And I was looking at some of our like old logs and stuff, even from like Planet Minecraft and things, and I thought of you. Or I was like, that's such a weird coincidence that, I doubt you're this. I know for a fact you're probably not the same person, but it's one of those things that is just funny how small like the world is in some of those ways. Because I'd kind of forgotten about some of that until I was going through and looking at those things on the server side. But yeah, I haven't heard of the other game you mentioned, Shrouded. What is Shrouded? Also nice, you thought of. Well, their name was fairly. I don't want to dox them, but their name was fairly similar to yours too. Oh, Enshrouded, right? Is this the one you were? Yeah, this is the one you were telling me about that I did look up the other day that just came out. I will add that to my wish list as well. That's what you were talking about, right, Con? Enshrouded? Because that's like a co-op RPG, right? Yeah. I'm down. Although that one looks like, kind of like Baldur's Gate, which I've also been thinking about playing, like is much better to play when you're in party with people and like in voice chat and stuff, or like when you are doing it as a true like multiplayer experience. Like it seems like you can do it single player like Baldur's Gate and stuff, but I imagine that's probably a lot more fun when you're doing it in party. If you're wondering what I'm looking at, I have mostly fire types right now since the last thing we took out was the... Actually, what was the last thing I took out? Not the Jormuntide. The King Paka Christ. Baldur's Gate is sure a thing. Played some of it today. Well, I've been recommended it not only by John, who you're also familiar with, Noel, but other people who have said, like, even if you are playing it single player, it's an absolutely amazing game. Tons of lore, tons of, ways you can experience it in different ways. Definitely up my alley. But it's one that I know I will probably sink a ton of time into, very similarly to this. So it's one that I would also, if I'm not playing with other people, continue to pursue things like this or other multiplayer-based things, at least for right now. Card shipped. I'm jealous, but also happy for you. I don't know if there's there's probably a word for that in German, where like, I wish I would have bought that card. Yeah. I know names. I know names, and I drink and I know names. We could try to take out the Astagon, though. 48. Let's go for the Anubis. Anubis is what type? But yeah, I haven't seen Katie on recently, too, unless I missed her. I joined her stream last week. The Horizon told her Cardenfreud. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. It's like, it's not Schadenfreude, because I'm not, like, happy at your misfortune. I'm, like, happy for you at my misfortune. It's almost like Inversenfreud. I know that's not how it works, but roll with it. Okay, ground types, which are... I think they're weak to... grass types? Or fire types? She didn't craft a not that long ago in her server? Yeah. Yeah, I know she was talking about how she might not have been on this last weekend, but I didn't see her at all really this week either. Because I know she often does some like midweek ones. Hey, Minecraft is all there. Or I didn't think I'd extended to you before. If you wanna do some server stuff or play some multiplayer, you're in the Discord too, I think. I'm pretty positive you're in there. You've shared some, yeah, you're in the Discord. So you're welcome. I mean, I have the Discord running in parallel with this, so like I can literally play both. I don't think this is the launcher I like. There's like 2 of them. I also hope this doesn't dox me, since the last time it made me sign back in again. I feel like it's just if you go a certain period of time without signing in, it makes you do that. But like in addition to running this Palworld server, like I was really pushing the limits of testing the resources on the server, because I now have like over 45, or no, I have 64 gigs for this and then 16. So I have, 80 gigs of RAM dedicated to just these 2 games. But my Minecraft server is just whitelisted. And where I was saying, even after the last time I played with John, where we found like a bunch of these spawners, I mined out. Yeah, well, there's 3 technically. So I have like one of the OG Java launchers, then this Java launcher, and then I have the Windows, because I have the Windows edition too. Anyone couldn't figure out my password is Mahomes 696969. It is not that. But maybe you're not insanely far off. Now, there's no password for Minecraft. It's whitelisted, so I just have to add their username, which technically I was running the waterfall stuff on the Spigot side so that people on both the Windows version or Java version could join my server. Because originally my friend John just had the Windows version, but they obtained the Java version. So I can re-enable that anytime. You forgot the XX or XOXO. That's all you're missing. Okay, back to what the fuck I was doing. I do appreciate the distractions, especially from y'all. But we need to figure out how to continue playing this game. Which I've not been doing a very good job of progressing through recently. So ground types, I think, are... Oh, wait, are you in? Hello? Hello? Oh, someone else is on here. Max? Do you play that manually? Because I thought you had like some script or auto thing set up to do that.
It auto does when I join, but my Discord sometimes takes forever to like connect.
How long have you been in the game?
At least 5 minutes, maybe more than that, I don't know.
But here at my base too?
Yeah, standing right in front of you.
Well, I sent you that message, but were you in at that time?
Yeah,
oh
I was.
I'm an idiot. Well, we had our first interaction with somebody, a complete stranger tonight, which was kind of fun. I challenged somebody to join me live for debate.
I saw a peek of it. How'd it go?
It was good. I mean, it was a good conversation. Much better than me just like raging to myself yesterday.
Good.
But that also went pretty well, because I'm glad that I then got to join in on Devin's stream and, had a pretty chill conversation and got to give him a bunch of trouble as he tried to play Celeste.
Tried to play Celeste.
That was a lot of fun. Thought Max was hopping into your voice chat. No, I stole Max for the night.
Too bad.
Devin.
Sorry, Devin.
We're gonna do some extremely over-leveled Palworld, even for my level, was what I was just planning for.
Oh yeah, I saw that. We're going after Anubis?
I think so. I think I'm ready. But yeah, Noel, you're always welcome too. God of Trickery, Java Akarian. But let me know, and I'll whitelist you if you would like to join anytime. You've definitely not only gained trust, but if you do want to get in there. And honestly, same thing for you, Max and Devin, too.
Heck yeah.
This isn't the only server I'm running, or I should probably actually log out of Minecraft so that I don't have, even though my server can handle it, I don't think it's the best thing to do for my computer. Okay. Yeah, but have you taken down Anubis? Or I did find out
I have not.
when Grin was in here the other night that you had taken down some other higher level stuff on the other server.
Yeah, I mean, that was with a group, so that made it easier. But I haven't actually got Anubis yet. Let me see.
One chunk next week. I am so down for that.
That's going to be fun.
I'm also potentially going to stay downtown this Saturday, which means I'll probably drive. I was just going to like Uber down there, which would be very expensive, so it's probably better that I'm driving. That means if you are, let me know when you are going to the pier, because I won't be that far from Santa Monica. So
I think we were talking about noon to 1 p.m.-ish.
Okay. That's probably when I'll be alive again if I do stay out.
Yeah, Nate and I have to go get Devin, so.
Right on. Well, I know IRL meetups can be stressful or a whole lot in and of themselves, but yeah, I will be in that area and I don't go down. I will be honest, I have not been to the Santa Monica Pier since the last time like people from out of town came to visit, and then it's like, okay, I'll take you to all the famous LA things.
I mean, I think that's the last time I've been there, is to take someone.
Yeah. Yeah. Or I haven't been there especially for like corporate events, like outside of like some of the surf stuff they've done. Need to re-download Minecraft. Forgot about resetting. Yeah, I mean, let me know. But yeah, I think I'm planning to stay down there, so I should be relatively close. Like West Hollywood to Santa Monica is it's about as close as you can get in LA. So I would be
right there.
The real thing is, I don't know if I haven't planned to like take a change of clothes and all that, because I do plan to. I was talking yesterday about taking my stuff to the dry cleaners, so I am gonna do a full 3-piece suit and whatnot for the streamer awards.
Are you gonna wear that to the pier later?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I guess if I am staying, I should probably take a change of clothes.
I mean, you could, or you could just show up at the pier in a 3-piece suit.
The next day after drinking in that the whole night before? Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
That'd be a great...
Why not?
Yeah. Hello. I mean, I guess y'all have technically seen me worse. There have been times I've gotten a little sloshed on stream and not necessarily...
You're still drunk from the night before.
I would not... I mean, if it was before noon, maybe. Like, I might even have to Uber to the pier, so I'm not, like, worried about drinking and driving the next day. But no, I'll try to not get out of control. Especially if I'm staying with a friend. Do it, pussy, is what somebody just said in the chat. I mean, it's not like, it's not hot out, but I've never seen anybody really I feel like anytime you see somebody in a suit at the pier, they're either trying to like sell you something or like propose, especially in Santa Monica.
That's true. Maybe people will like not, come up to us trying to sell things if they think you're trying to sell something.
Well, but I also heard Nate's wearing a suit last night, or I heard about the Taco Bell suit and stuff.
Oh, the Taco Bell suit is not a suit, it's I think it's supposed to be like a ski suit. I'm trying to think what exactly it is.
Depending on what happens in the morning, may set up the whole Minecraft thing tomorrow. Goodbye. Aw, well, have a good night, Noelle. Thank you for hanging out and for all the fun. But yeah, I hope to see you again soon. I thought it was like a full-blown suit, though, with Nate. Or that's what I was hearing last night. I thought it was like a branded kind of thing.
I don't think so. Maybe I'm thinking of something else, because he definitely has multiple things. But I know he has, for sure, like a ski suit-esque one. Maybe he also has like a regular suit type one.
I don't have anything that's going to be close to this level for earth types. Earth types are good against ground types, right?
Yes. Wait. Against ground?
That's what the...
Grass. But yes.
Oh, yeah. I said earth. The grass are good against ground.
Yeah, grass.
I have like a 36 Robin Quill, a 31 Elizabeth. I guess I have a 38 Violet.
I mean, I have Shadow Bee. Shadow Bee can tank. But
let's fucking go. I guess I have a Mammorest. Okay. Let's do it.
All right.
Was there anything you wanted to do, though? I know you were asking about playing the other night. Or do you want to sleep?
That's a good question. Oh, no, let's sleep, though. That's for sure.
I'll make another bed real quick. Or do you need any other pals? I do have a full fucking pal box. I spent the majority of the time I was chatting / debating with the other person, just crushing my pals.
Probably should get some higher up pals. I probably should also level up a little bit more.
Never get rid of me. And wear the mask too. The Deadpool mask? Is that what you're talking about, Con? You want me to wear the Deadpool mask in a 3-piece pinstripe?
JD, can I ask about this froggy chair? Why is it facing the bed like this?
So people can watch me sleep.
Okay.
Sleep streams.
Valid answer.
Yeah. It's for my viewers. Oh, I'm building this backwards.
Oh.
Here. We'll deal with that later, even though it's going to put the mats in my inventory. I forgot I built 2 shitty beds. But yeah, I was just trying to build all the fun new things, and I thought it'd be funny, because you can, I learned from you, do the city emote. I cannot believe I went so long without even realizing you could do these things.
It's okay, JD, we'll teach you.
I've actually been progressing fairly well the last few days. Kind of. I guess not yesterday, because I just didn't play. I did stream. But yeah, I did the 45 Suzaku. I did, what was the other high level ones? I knocked out some of the other ones that I was struggling with, including the 46 King Paka Christ.
Hey.
I forgot what the other high level one was. Menacing, maybe? We're working our way up. Is that the same? I guess it has to be the same pal outfit you had before.
Yes.
You see my cool headband?
I like it better than the crown.
Check this shit out. Well, you might have seen me get it, but I don't know. But you can access all the inventory and stuff too, right?
I think so. I can.
So in this, there is I got a legendary schematic.
How much does that protect? Like, what's the stats on it?
160 defense, 400 health.
Damn.
Yeah. Changes the game.
That does change the game.
So
how much materials does that take?
I mean, you can see it's a lot.
I'm sure it is.
It's not good. Also, I healed everyone at the sad base, and now they're all sad again.
Well, you keep calling it the sad base.
I mean, I fixed it and then made it the happy place. And it went from happy place to sad base again. Wait, where is my... Nope. I did make the level 2 production line, though. So it does go a lot faster if there's anything you need to craft. Oh yeah, you have the thing, so I can't see how much it takes to make, actually.
Where? That's on the other side.
Yeah, it's over here. It was like 200 ore, something like that. Or 200 refined ingots, which the only limiter is coal. Same as like the carbon fiber I've needed to start making. I need to just get like a shitload of coal. Assault rifle ammo. I did find out you can sell the berries, though, for a ton of money. In fact, I'm just going to take a stack of berries.
Oh, really?
To the sad base and some wheat.
135 refined ingots.
Yeah, it's not that bad. But yeah, let's go to the happy, sad place. And then I can give you any pals you need, and I can buy some ammo.
All right. Let's go to the sad base. Where your children are so upset that you don't visit them.
I visit them all the fucking time. They just get mad when I don't
just
spend
on the weekend,
all my time there.
No, exactly.
I was there
You
earlier
see them on the
today.
weekends, and they still miss you.
I was there earlier today, thank you.
For how long? Did you even look at them?
Long enough to see they were already sad. It's like, all right, fuck this place.
Starving.
And injured. Let me guess, it's stuck
It's
somewhere.
stuck. It's stuck. It's stuck
Yeah,
right here.
whose fault is that, Suzaku?
Well, he's
Asshole.
giant, and you have him in this tiny bed. He
Look,
can't fit.
there's a whole hot tub and shit.
He's stuck. He
There's
can't
also
get in the
beds
bed.
outside, too. Thank you.
He wants an indoor bed.
But yeah, selling a stack of these berries, which I seem to be getting pretty regularly, is worth 49,000 gold.
Oh, damn.
So just doing that and then talking to the wherever the green guy is, this one that sells ammo, seems to be a good way to get, like, without having to waste all the stuff on ammo. So do you need ammo for anything?
I do need ammo. What kind of ammo does this gun take?
Here.
I need coarse ammo.
Well, here. Now that I have this thing, take this.
Ooh,
Where did he go?
fancy handgun.
I don't know where the fuck he just went.
He's walking this way. Over here.
But yeah, this dude keeps getting stuck too. I'm pretty sure he's stuck right now. Fucking pal merchant.
Wait, where'd he go?
I don't know, he just disappeared from me.
Oh, he's over here. So he's walking down the stairs.
Oh. Yeah, you can see the pal merchant just like about to get real sad right here. Whose fault is that?
You need a fence. You need to fence them in.
Not my
So
fault.
they can't wander off.
Not taking responsibility for that. I refuse.
Wow.
Okay. What pals do you need? Ammo on the ground.
Well, I have Shadowbeak. I have Van Worm and a Gale Claw. Oh, weren't we gonna? Which one do you have to fly on?
I have the Suzaku. Or the Polaris, I mean, actually.
Yeah, I think I wanted to get a Polaris, a faster one.
Oh yeah, we need to make you the mount thing for it. Saddle?
Yeah, the saddle.
We could do that. Let's see. I might even have the stuff for that on me. I do. Help me. Wait, where's the Anubis at? Oh, we also lost the cat. Shit.
Oh no. Where did he go?
I don't know. Probably onto my bed. Seriously though, where's the Polaris? I also see this Jormuntide in 2 different places.
Oh yeah, it's like kind of glitching in and out when I look.
Mm-hmm.
See, look, one of your pals here is even depressed.
Yeah,
What's
that
going
just
on?
happened while I was on. I'm guessing the same thing. They got stuck somewhere, and it's
Anubis.
not my fault. About damn time, Anubis. Okay, Polaris. Ooh, yeah, I do have an extra one that even has Swift, but it's level 1, but you should be able to level it.
That'll level up fast.
Yeah, here, let's do it this way. For some reason, it already leveled up. Just right there. It's on the floor. I don't even know what we were doing that did that.
You just moving it to your party level it up.
Fucking magic. I also have a bunch of level 1 Ozerks. Which, Ursurk?
Ooh. Those look pretty cool.
Hooligan? I don't know what's good or not. Fuck. There's that. Yeah, I don't have very many other high-level things.
I mean, I'm not very high level myself, so it's fine.
Yeah, I was just trying to think if there'd be other stuff that could keep you alive that I have more than one of. I have the Shadow Beak as well. I have a Blaze Howl knocked.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, and I do have 2 females of those. Okay, let's do that. Yeah, those things are pretty cool looking. Okay, let's try this. I'm not entirely positive this will be perfect, but...
I mean... it'll be fine.
We'll be okay.
Yeah, it's not like the boss.
Okay, you're still missing a bunch of the fast travel spots, though, right?
Yes, I am.
So let's just fly there from here, and we can get some of those, too. Do you have food and stuff?
Yeah, I still do. Where's the closest fast travel?
I mean, it's not that far to fly from here.
Yeah, we'll probably.
And then you can get some of the others that are close to us. Or do you have the one, like, underneath Quivern? Did we kill Quivern together? The secret, or sealed realm of the winged tyrant?
No, I do not.
Alright. Well, let's go. Maybe.
Okay, look on the wall.
Yeah, the doors take a little bit. So I've just been doing this.
It's fair.
Oh shit, wrong thing.
Alright, let's see if I can keep up.
You should be able to. We have the same thing now. It's so much faster too. It's crazy. Let's see if I can go the right direction.
Oh yeah, I probably shouldn't follow you for directions, but...
We're going the right direction. I just double checked. But
Okay,
to get the other fast travel is like basically south. I think it's right over here. Oh shit, I might run out of stamina too. Yeah, see, you're keeping up.
Alright.
I'm gonna run out of stamina real quick though. Just. How's your week been?
Not great. Work has been a nightmare, but I assumed it was going to be this week.
Yeah. Did you at least make some good money on Super Bowl night?
I didn't bet anything, so no.
No. Well, I know you said it was usually busy for Super Bowl stuff, so.
Oh, no, it's because, the company I work for, we do stuff without saying too much.
Yeah, don't dox yourself.
Work with television type things. So
Right
it was
on.
a busy night, so.
Well, hopefully at least got to see the Chiefs win.
I did actually.
Yeah, I think that's the only one that's really in between us and the Anubis now.
But did you see the Chiefs? I mean, obviously you did, but
Yeah.
how was your Super Bowl? 'Cause I'm
It was
sure
awesome.
More
Yeah.
exciting.
I went all the way out to Orange County and watched it with a bunch of people I've known since I lived in Kansas City.
Nice.
So it was extremely fun. We got to go out to this desert area though. But yeah, I had a lot of fun. It was a blast.
Good.
And thankfully my work hasn't been too horrible this week. Oh no.
What happened?
Shit. I'm not wearing hot armor. I didn't think that was going to be a huge issue right here.
I think I'm wearing hot armor, so here.
Yeah, I think you are.
I'll keep going.
You can do it.
This is fighting myself with my level 4 flares.
Just level it up a little bit. You'll be fine.
Yeah. Oh, he's around here somewhere.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were going to get to see it because you mentioned that you had to work that day too. So.
Yeah, I had the stream on in the background while I was working. Stopped every so often to check it.
Nice.
It going overtime did affect me though. Affect my job. And I was like, oh no.
It affected my anxiety levels.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Well, that and yeah, not going to bed until like almost 2 o'clock that night, and then working at like 6:30 in the morning also affected my like sanity levels. But thankfully my work wasn't too bad. Working East Coast hours is not fun when that stuff happens though. Did you find it? I'm on my way back.
No, I did not. It's around this area though. Looking for it. Oh, I am not going the right direction.
I see a giant statue of an Anubis. I assume it's near that, right? Did you see that?
Yes. I don't see that actually. Hold on. I think I went.
Bad at directions IRL too.
I pulled a JV and I
Saw
went the wrong
Big
way.
G JVAC. I'm being called out. I'm actually not horrible at directions in real life. I see you. I can often like find my way back through things without maps, but yeah, I also can get like turned around pretty easily.
Pretty good at keeping directions too in real life.
But to your question, Con, I did not see Big G. Big G did have a huge party with a taco truck and stuff. But I went to North Orange County. Big G is another person that we knew in real life. Yeah, I knew who you meant. I didn't go to that area. I went to North Orange County. But I do need to go back down there and see Big G again soon. It's been a little while. Okay. I expected him to be bigger.
I also expected him to be bigger. I mean, he is bigger than the others.
Is he?
Yeah. Yeah, he is.
I guess so. Alright, well this is working. Time to bust out the guns! Eat shit. Ew. That hurt a lot. It's saying that Robin Quill attacks are highly effective, but I think it's just so much lower. They don't do very much damage.
Yeah, it's like
When he can like teleport.
He's looking at you.
I know.
Maybe watch out, he's looking at you.
I know. I have full armor at least. It came back. Yeah, fuck that move. Okay. Switch. I think we've got this.
Oh, easy. Yeah, we're good.
I mean, famous last words, right?
There's no way.
I can't see my spheres. I can't throw balls.
Uh-oh. Hey!
Is that yours?
Yeah, that was mine. Definitely not gonna, yeah.
Interesting.
I had to throw a red. And it still was not very good.
I can't throw balls!
I'm so low level. Well, you're gonna have to because I can't catch him.
I can't. I don't know how.
Do you have any?
I do. I have tons. I can't throw them, though. I just have, like, an empty hand. I mean, I have balls. I just can't use them. Oh, fuck.
Ow!
Did you die?
No, I didn't.
No, you're
I wasn't
fine.
paying attention.
Oh, my God.
Alright.
Okay. Maybe there's a way to fix this? Here, let me see if I can swap. No.
I'll get his attention.
We have no balls.
Alright, let me get his attention. I will die though.
Or are you able to? No, are you able to drop a ball? Like maybe I need to pick one up or something. Don't die. I don't think that's gonna help anything.
Wait, I dropped. Did I drop him?
Oh fuck.
Okay, I dropped some balls right here. Can you pick them up? Will that help?
Let's see. Nope. I did pick up the balls.
Okay, maybe you drop the ones you have. Maybe a red one.
Here.
Watch out.
All right, my balls are on the ground.
All right, I'm getting them.
Oh, and then you're gonna drop some too.
Oh no.
Must leave, but good luck. All right, pizza. You have a good night. Thanks for stopping in. Oh fuck. No, I still can't throw the balls.
2%?
I pull up like the thing, but it doesn't let me throw them for some reason.
Last one.
I can still stab him and stuff.
No, I missed. He jumped.
Are you okay? Oh fuck, there's a Doomud here too. I wonder if it has to do with like the guns and stuff. What if I drop the gun? No.
I can't catch him. I can't do it. I'm too low level.
7 health.
Even if you got
Good
him
God,
for
man,
one.
don't put your balls on the ground. Oh, I almost just took a bunch of damage there. Because my armor still hasn't recovered. It won't let me throw them. I don't know why. I had this problem once before, too, and I don't know how to solve it.
You just have to restart. No!
You're fine.
Yeah, everything I'm doing.
I also see Victor just fucking floating again.
Yeah, he's chilling. He's chilling.
Okay, well, we can kill him.
I mean, we're gonna.
What is
have
your
to,
percent?
0.
Even with the red ones?
I'm out of the red ones no more. The red ones I had 2%.
Okay. Well, I still got a ton of experience for that.
I got 6,000.
I got 23,000.
Nice.
Okay. How fast do they respawn? An hour?
I think an hour. Actually, I don't know.
Fuck. I need to make sure I put a little thingy next to this so I remember to capture it again. Well, we did it though. I mean, if we can do that easily, I assume we could probably even do...
Ooh, it's cold.
Like the Frost Stallion. What, you don't have cold armor on you too?
Yep, I do. Oh, it's not strong enough, actually.
Shit's weak.
Yep. Hold on, I have it.
Okay.
There we go. That should help, I think.
Do
maybe.
you have any of the stuff to our east? Mount Floppy Summit?
I do not.
Okay, well, let's go there, and then we can get you some better armor and go up to get like Frost Stallion. Which I assume we need fire
Yes.
for the Frosties.
For the ice.
Wait, where'd you go? Oh, I see you.
Oh, I was above you, sorry.
We should
I
have the
could
same
see you.
speed now.
Wait, no, I lost you again.
I'm above you now.
Oh, see?
Yeah, I'm just going, if you see it's a little bit out here across the water. But see the fast travel thing I'm going towards. Well, that one's north. There's one east of us too. I just think we'd probably have to go up for that. Wait, where the fuck are you?
I lost you again. Don't worry. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Okay, I think you're going this way. Maybe.
It's called Cold Shore? Well, where are you still? Oh, there you are. I see you. Yeah, I'm going towards the blue thing. Which you see, right?
The fast travel spot?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
All right, I'm gonna, once we get back to the base, reload because I can't throw balls.
Yes.
Which is unfortunate.
Yeah, you kind of need to. You need
Like,
to
even now I can't do it. I thought maybe it was a boss thing. I can also make a bunch more balls too.
My map is also kind of glitching out. Let me restart as well.
Okay. I mean, I can restart the server if we want, but that shouldn't be a problem, I don't think.
Shouldn't? I mean, I guess it can't hurt, but I don't know how long that'll take.
No, not long at all. And I won't have to leave like Discord or anything. Ah. Yeah, I am surprised they didn't have an update today, considering they had one the last 2 weeks.
Yeah. Maybe they'll have a bigger update next week.
Fucking better.
I hope so.
Yeah, so wait, how many people are going to the pier? I know you mentioned
right now,
Devin and Nate.
Yeah, I think it's just me, Devin, and Nate right now.
Okay.
Maybe Speedy.
So I wouldn't be like crashing a much larger gathering.
No.
Server is already restarting. It's one of the things I love about the Linux stuff. Is it's super easy. Well, there's a learning curve, but it's super easy once it's going.
I would love to learn Linux stuff, but I just don't have time.
Yeah, it does take, like, the curve is kind of steep at the beginning, but then over time it gets a lot easier. Or I was even talking about that with Grin, because she was saying that she just ran it on Windows. But it sounds like she has a lot of Linux knowledge.
Oh no, I clicked the wrong server. Where am I going?
I don't know. I'm back in.
Wait, hold on, I gotta restart.
Did you join Grins?
No, it was some. I have no idea what I clicked on. I'm surprised it let me do that.
I did join a North America server for the first time the other day just to see what it was like, and it was so buggy. Like, it was even worse than... Well, not... I say even worse, but I've never had mine be that buggy.
Yeah, I wonder if it's, I guess, the amount of people makes it worse.
Probably.
Alright, I'm loading in.
Nice. Yeah, I didn't have it like rubber banding or anything very much when we were doing that fight.
Yeah.
So, I'm not sure.
No, that's been better. I feel like I haven't noticed that much.
You need cold armor, though?
Yeah, probably, because the armor I have is like cold 1.
Yeah, I'll have to make some ingots.
Where am I? No, did it do that? Why am I?
I really wish it showed us on the map. You'd think that would be a thing.
Oh, it didn't save where I was before.
Interesting. Where are you now?
That fast travel we were just at. But I'm like, am I like glitched into the? What is going on? What am I? Uh-oh. Get out. Can I get out? Oh, I was like underground. That was weird.
Maybe that's the problem.
Alright, I'm coming back. Wait. Where are you?
At the base. Where are you?
Oh, yeah, there you are. Yep.
I
I didn't see you on the map for a second.
Wait, I never see you on my map. Oh, yeah, I do see you on my map right now.
Right here. Do you see me?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so I'm making more... We should probably sleep, although it might already be sunrise. I think
By the time we walk up the stairs.
No, I think I can see, like, it turning red. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sunset coming in. Or sunrise coming in. Yep.
Sunset or sunrise?
Sunrise. I can see it coming.
Let's see.
So pretty.
I could sleep, I think. I don't know, actually.
Nope.
Nope. No, yeah, it's up.
This is a good spot to have for the sun. Yeah, for the sunrise and sunsets, though. Okay. Well, once my extremely unhealthy due to neglect Phalaris wakes up, hopefully they'll make some ingots. I also need to steal this Anubis to make some balls. Do you just want a bunch of yellow balls? Red balls?
Probably, I mean, what do you got? What you got?
Well, I guess I can just take these that are already in process right here. And we can make some red ones instead. I can make 24 red. What am I limited by here? Cement. Oh, fuck.
Did you get stuck?
No, I'm just over encumbered now because I canceled the yellow balls. I had like 150 yellow balls being made.
Oh.
But I can... The cement is just at the regular... It's not at the crusher, right? Yeah. It's at the crafting table.
I think so. I don't have a lot of stuff unlocked, unfortunately. Let me look. Should probably use these points that I got.
Yeah, cement's right here. Oh shit, that's a lot of cement. Ah, fuck, now I'm even more encumbered. Okay. That should be enough to get us a lot of balls.
Nice.
Am I allowed to hear what the $1 million idea is, though?
$1 million idea. Are you talking about for the Whoppers?
Isn't that the whole point?
I don't know. You're gonna have to ask Devin because he has. Because I guess it's some kind of competition, and he has.
Oh yeah, so I guess I shouldn't hear about it, or definitely not on stream. Don't want someone to steal the idea.
Yeah, exactly. He'll show you when we get there, I'm sure.
Do you have to like give a presentation or something?
I think what it is, we thought originally that they were gonna have like a place where you could like make a Whopper, like a real Whopper.
Oh shit!
Like random ingredients, but apparently it's more of like a touchscreen virtual experience.
Huh? Interesting.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
All right. While those things are crafting, I'm gonna go to. Do I? Oh, I can just actually summon a merchant here. Since I can go back to the side base and sell some stuff, but I think I can just.
Oh, you're not even gonna go to your other base.
I don't think I need to.
That's why they're so sad. They know.
It makes me sad to be there. Nope, this one's red.
Makes them sad to be there, baby. It makes them sad.
They have all the things they need to be happy.
They don't have your companionship.
My presence.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe if they weren't so fucking sad all the time.
It's a vicious cycle. Why are they so sad?
Hey!
You make them sad.
Here's the green one. It is. It's a cyclical thing. Like, I don't go there because they're sad. And they're sad because I don't go there.
Yep.
Do you need any more ammo?
Yeah, if you have money, I'll take some more ammo.
Yeah, I just sold like 80 grand worth of stuff. Ammo on the floor. Wait, where did that thing go? Oh wait, I can just buy this armor. Oh, that's just pelt armor, which isn't strong enough. That's right.
Oh man, I'm gonna take some of your stuff.
Oh yeah.
What do you got? What do you got here?
Okay, the cold armor is being made.
Sweet. No, I won't freeze to death.
By the merchant. What are you looking for?
No, it's more of I have stuff that's making me over encumbered. Oh, I have eggs.
Yeah, there's a lot of food here, which is why I've started selling it for money to buy bullets.
Goodness.
It's a beautiful thing. We're farming in order to increase our protection abilities.
There you go. I mean, if you can sell them for ammo, worth it.
Well, that and the ammo it takes so many resources. I feel like it's better to put those resources towards crafting items and mats and stuff. I can't pick any of these things up, though.
Where are you keeping your eggs?
What eggs?
Well, I just need to get rid of this eggs I have on me.
Oh, I'm putting them in the fridge, which is on the floor, I think, right over here. By where I... Oh, no, maybe it's not there, by where I am. It's over by where the Siblix is. Yeah, right there.
Your other eggs. Your
Like my
eggs.
pal's egg? I just put them all in the pal things now. I've gotten caught up, which is why my pal deck's full again.
Oh, so I just find an open incubator.
Yeah, and if it says it's not comfortable, I can always move it around later.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Dumping those there. What else do I have to take picking up.
Oh shit, I didn't pick up the fucking cement. Wait, did you pick up the cement?
No, I did not.
Interesting.
Did you pick up the cement?
No.
Who picked up the cement?
I don't know.
Did you drop it, Jones?
No. Well, here's 30 hyperspheres. And some
Thank you, thank you.
gigaspheres too, or whatever.
Thank you, thank you.
He's making the cold armor.
Sweet.
I'll make some more of the gigaspheres too. This stream is all about balls. It is all about balls. Balls make the world go round in Palworld.
They do.
You need balls. If you don't have balls, you can't get ahead. Okay, so I need to bring back Catrice Battalion. Ass ceiling here. So that should just be Anubis, who's hungry. Yeah, I even made a fancy bed out here to keep the stuff I had doing all the work out here happy. They're still getting sad here too.
I mean, most of them seem pretty happy. It's just your Polaris, but I think because you're overworking them.
They choose to work. I don't force them to do the projects.
You could.
I mean, I can kind of, but I'm not even doing that.
You can make them work harder.
Not when food's available. You have to like take all the food away, or otherwise they just kind of run to the food. But it's not hungry, it's just depressed. I think I actually have a medicine thing. We can cure it. I do. I have 2.
Why is it so sad? Is it the one you used to ride, or is it a different one?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I hope it's this one. Do I have 2 Polarises here?
No, hold on. I think mine's that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Trying to cure yours. Feed. Medicine. Boom. Everything's happy now.
Nice. Drugs solve everything.
Exactly. Happy shots. It's the best way to make things happy. Just give them all shots.
Alright, I got the cold armor.
Alright, we should have our balls here soon. Which I think are actually over here.
What are you... Oh, you're glitched on my screen.
I'm glitched?
Yeah, so you're just standing in one place on my screen, but like your character's like running around. Like
Interesting.
standing still, running around.
I noticed it looked like some of my pals right when you were loading in looked like they were like running in place.
Yeah. This is the fake JD. Okay, that's fake JD. Where's the real JD?
I'm out here making balls with the Anubis.
Alright, let me see if I can see the real JD.
I see you running. Yeah, I even see you gale clawing. You see the Anubis eating food?
I see the Anubis eating food. I don't see you. Yeah,
You don't see me here?
On your stream, you're right here, but on my screen, you're still inside, standing.
Interesting. Here, let me pull up my stream stats. Make sure that all looks good. I haven't had any. It hasn't said there've been any problems.
No, I think it's on my end.
Yeah, it looks okay.
Yeah,
I have a couple drop frames, but overall, yeah, we're at 6,000 kilobits per second, 7,600.
Here, let me teleport away and teleport back to that. Fix it.
And some of that was also probably from when I had my Minecraft stuff up too, or open too.
Oh, my map is doing that thing again. Don't do that.
Oops. What was that?
Oh. Okay. Wow, why is my game way more glitchier than usual? Hold on, let me restart again.
Okay.
Or let me leave and come back.
Yeah, the stream doesn't look behind or anything either. Yeah. I also don't show any packet loss on the server side either, which... Those are the things that were popping up when I was like, you know, when my shit was failing.
Okay.
I see
We're
you.
good now. Yeah, I see you. I see you in the proper place.
Interesting. Ah, nice hat.
Thank you. I had more defense.
Hooray. I don't know how all these... Oh, this door. Okay. Well, I'm going to pull them all inside so they don't get sad. Oh, fuck.
Oh, crap.
Ooh, can I throw balls now, though? I can. Can you throw balls?
Let's see. Hold on, I'm climbing over the wall with Catrus. Okay, can I? I can. I can.
Okay. What do we want to attempt? Do we want to... I doubt that Anubis is back either.
Yeah.
When did I restart the server? Or I wonder if restarting it might have brought it back. Probably not.
Oh, actually. I mean... Let's go check.
Yeah. Server stats seem fine too. But that was only like 30 minutes ago. Not even. Which also means we're probably coming up on ad time soon. Yeah, 8 minutes. Yeah, we can get there, and we have that fast travel. It's super close now.
Perfect.
Yeah. I guess those are probably equidistant, actually. Okay, I'm going to the cold shore. Did I see the fantastic forecasting? I did, and I was super surprised, and also kind of sad that John Krasinski is not in it. But I think it should be fun. Oh, you're in Japanese. Oh, fuck, I didn't get the screenshot. But I did see that. Or I saw the little picture that they posted. I'm super stoked for that. Or Con, I don't know if you saw the Marvels. And if not, I won't spoil anything, but it had some pretty good, like, post-credit things. Even if the movie itself wasn't super fun. It's on Disney Plus. Yeah, I still need to watch the Echo show, but I did watch the Marvels.
I don't think it's back. Oh, no, it is.
Sweet.
Oh, I attacked it and I did not mean to.
You're good. You've got this.
Wait, Shadow Beak. Shadow Beak, go.
I don't even think we need the Shadow Beak.
It killed my Polaris.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, I haven't seen that yet. That's next on my watch list. I'll probably try to knock that out this week. I guess this week is already almost over. Fuck. Weird, it just like stopped its attack. Oh, maybe he got stunned. Help me, Memorest. Every time I stab it, I take aggro.
Well, I'm assuming it doesn't like being stabbed. Come near me, JB, when you have aggro.
It's fine.
All these freaking birds.
I mean, better than you having aggro. Oh yeah, where the fuck did these come from? Yeah. Nice.
He does not like you.
Yeah, I'm still at 0% capture rate for pretty much 0.03 for even a giga, 0.33 for hyper. Ah! All right, we got this. How dare you? Chasing me down. Oh my god.
He does not like you.
It's because I've been shooting him in the face.
I mean, I'm also shooting in the face, but my shots do nothing.
Okay. 1.5 is all I have still. Oh god. Weird, he went way off of where his circle was. Nice!
2%. Oh.
You got it!
Holy shit, how did I?
Nice!
Holy shit.
RNGesus.
Dragon Killer, Earth Emperor.
Nice. All
Okay,
right.
now I have to walk back because my Polaris is dead, but...
I can't mount any of these other things, can I? I don't think so. I think you can make a mount for the Mamorest, but I don't have it.
Okay, I'll walk. Let's see. What's the
That's
closest?
not super close. I think like Sealed Realm of the Winged Tyrant.
Switching, making it very difficult for me. I'm trying to stop. Yeah, that's probably closest. Hey, we can kill the... What is it? Quiverin?
Yeah, let's do it.
Alright. Okay. Well...
I'll run with you in spirit.
I was gonna say, I have to walk, so... That's the direction we want to go.
West.
Yep. That way.
Look, I did it. That is also helpful out here too, where it's like you have the ocean and the sunset, you know, in the west and stuff. So if you ever get lost, you can always just head that direction.
Well, it says the direction at the top at least.
It's like the end of the United States. Unless you count Alaska.
You're supposed to count Alaska.
But you can't like walk to fucking Alaska from here. Well, you can technically.
You
I
can,
guess, but you have to go through Canada. Oh, weird! It is a little glitchy for me right now too. Yeah. I need more of these. Liberating it.
Whatever you say, JB. It helps you sleep at night.
I'll put it in the happy place, not the sad base.
I guess that's something.
Or maybe this is what the sad base needs in order to be happy.
No.
Hello, friend. Sure, the people like to see you too.
CatCam.
Oh, CatCam. Is he?
There he is.
Yeah. Yeah, in some cases I like how the mic also isolates a lot of surround sound stuff, but it never really seems to pick up his little meows and stuff.
Oh.
He's even meowing right now.
That's disappointing, JB. You need to fix that.
I need to get him his own fucking mic.
You do, actually.
The downside is I have those wireless mics which work on their own, but they don't work when I have the Elgato stuff also playing or also plugged in. I have to like actually unplug this mic in order for them to work. And the range on him is stupid, like slow or like limited. Like I can't go very far. It's basically like 100 feet line of sight.
You just need to get him like a lav mic and just connect it to his collar.
Well, that's what I have. I have like the Rode wireless mics that you can plug a lav mic into, but I can't use those when I have this mic plugged in.
Oh.
So like I have the wireless Go's, which are nice.
Well, I think you should just have his mic plugged in. You don't need your mic.
I mean, I could do that. I could also just dismount this thing from the mic stand and just like put it on him.
I think that's what the people want, JV.
Probably. Enough ranting, more purring. What are you doing?
We are not going the right way. Why am I following you, JV?
I'm petting my cat and kind of following you while running in. I can't even see my compass. We're going west, aren't we? We're kind of going the right way.
We were going too south.
Oh shit, I also have my ad timer. Ad time. Here, I'll go give him some treats real quick, actually. We're going towards Quivern, right?
Yes. I'll make my way there. You give the cat treats.
And be right back.
Yes.
Boom. All right, I'll be right back.
I'm in charge of JV's stream now. I'm the captain. Oh, I'm falling.
We've returned.
Nice, and I have just made it to the fast travel.
Oh, that was super fast, actually. Much better timing than I thought. And I didn't zip up my zipper. About to flash, people. Thankfully, I haven't had anything outside of some of the sleep stream stuff that's been too potentially inappropriate on that side.
You're gonna get taken down, JV.
Nah.
They got bigger fish to fry.
It's also what the people want.
That's true. That's what the people want.
Just not what the ad sponsors want. Oh, I think it's this thing. Wait, where are you?
I'm back at the base. I need to heal up my flares.
I thought we were taking down the Quivern.
Oh, you're right. Here. I'll come back. I'll come back.
No,
I'll
you're
come
fine.
back.
You're fine. I think I probably shouldn't be capturing these things anyways. I just want to get the level 10 bonus for everything because there's so much. It gives you so much more XP. Damn. I also feel like I'm catching a lot of stuff tonight. Bye.
Killed it.
I didn't know I was gonna do that in 3 hits. I'm getting so strong.
Too strong.
Can't control myself. Aw, that's kind of cute.
Oh, it's
Wait,
sleeping.
just like laid down and took a nap.
Oh, wake it from its slumber.
I mean, I already stabbed it twice. I don't even have to take a pal out.
You don't, honestly.
I mean, this thing is like half my level. Oh, fuck. That's also not good. Oh, that's the Anubis. Nice.
First throw? Damn.
Basic ball? That would have been awesome. Here, we can get it a lot lower. You might call your Anubis back so it doesn't kill it.
Alright, alright. I mean, you're doing more damage than the Anubis was, I think.
Wait, what the fuck? I'm still getting attacked. Nice!
Hey.
Yeah, so I got 1,500 XP for that. What did you get?
Only 1,000.
Okay. So it does seem to probably scale with level then.
Yeah.
All right. So we need to go back to the base though?
Yeah.
So you can get your flares?
Yeah.
Wait, how'd you get back here so fast?
The fast travel's like right there.
Oh yeah, I see it. Like over here.
It's actually... There it is, there it is. Oh, pretty close there.
What the fuck? These things are bouncing all over the place. Yeah. Yeah.
Catch it?
Jet. No. All right, fuck it. I'm just throwing basic balls because I have like 4,000 of them.
Basic balls.
Not gonna waste my big balls on the low-level stuff.
You would for sure catch it.
I would for sure catch it. But then I'd run out of them when I go after the high-level stuff. And I'm like, oh, why don't I have all those hyperspheres? So maybe it's like all those level 12 fucking sweepas and bullshit that I have in my PAL box.
Just make more balls.
That's true. I could do that. I also crushed a bunch of pals today, too, which was nice.
You crushed them.
Condensed them. But it's nice to have almost a full page free again. Oh shit, I need to make more cake too. How long does your Polaris have?
Let me see.
Because I could make more balls while we're doing this, actually.
About 5 minutes. A little
Okay.
under 5 minutes.
Yeah, we can make more balls.
I'm gonna grab a drink.
Oh shit, actually.
That Wyvern I got is a workaholic. You want me to put it out? Put it to work?
Put it out of its misery?
Well, no, put it to work.
Damn. It's fucking cold.
I'll put it out of its misery.
I don't know if there's anything you can do.
It can.
Maybe. If there's anything
Handiwork
you can do.
1, 2 mining, and then 3. What's the box one?
Transport.
Yeah, it has 3 transport.
Yeah.
I don't know if you need that, but
I do at the farm base, which probably has a ton of shit at it. I mean, I guess we could go back to that.
oh yeah, we could do that.
There's all kinds of shenanigans there.
Which one is that?
On the left, west
Oh,
of
the
us.
one like right next door.
Yeah. Hey, look, all of these are still happy, even though all of them say hungry. Yeah, it's right next door. You can technically just fly here. There also is not a bunch of stuff all over the ground. Well, there's some, but not as much as there normally is.
Oh well, I can't put them out here. You're full.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I actually really like this. Or I had a raid at the very start of when I jumped in. And even though it's not protected at all, ooh, I'm like rubber banding a little bit here. None of this stuff can climb up these rocks, so they just like stand at the edge of these rocks where I am. And can't make it in, which is super nice. Yeah, I found out these flambeals drop the flame organs, which are needed for a bunch of the crafting.
Oh yeah.
So that's super nice.
Gotta make carpets.
And couches and chairs and antique desks and
Yeah. Why do they want to
ottomans.
fire that?
Well, most of it's just like the fancy stuff, like the dresser and armchair and ottoman. The curtains and stuff don't. The frog chair also is very cheap to make, to your earlier question. It's only ingots and leather.
Ooh. That's not bad.
No, it's not bad at all. I thought there'd be a bunch of mats here, but there are not. Cement.
Alright, my Polaris is ready to go.
Okay. Do you have enough balls?
Do I have enough balls, JB?
I don't know. You tell me. It's a
Uh,
personal question.
yeah, I think I have enough.
Okay.
I mean, I probably don't have as much as you, but I also can't carry 1,000 balls right now.
I mean, I only have like 30 hyperspheres. Which sounds like a lot, but not when you start throwing it at shit.
I have 19. So good.
Okay. We should be alright then. And you have cold armor?
I do. Yep, I do.
Are you sure?
Yep, I am sure now.
Alright, what's the furthest, like, north fast travel you have? Is it that cold shore we just went to?
Yes. So last time we got... Oh my god, my map is glitching. It's driving me insane. Stop. We did the Cyblex? Right? Last time? We got it? Or the...
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And that tower?
Yeah, I think it'd be faster if we go to... Wait, did we go... We didn't go to the tower in the cold area, though, right?
Hold on.
PAL Genetic
No.
Research Unit? Okay.
No, we did not.
Then let's go to the cold shore, and we're going to go try to do a level 50 thing.
Okay. Alright, we got it.
Because I don't... I mean, I have, like, the level 48 Astagon, but everything else is pretty much level 50. So I think we can do this. I believe. Oh, no, we lost the
I
camera.
believe as well. Alright, let me... If I can just get my map to cooperate, I can travel. Thank you.
I see you.
I don't see you. Now I see you. Hey! Dab me.
PvP is not on. I could turn it on.
Good. No, don't turn Don't turn it on.
Alright, we're going basically straight north. Westish, but mostly straight north.
Mostly north.
In case I get lost.
JV, you already getting lost? Where are you going?
I see you.
Okay.
We were like glitching into each other. Yeah, I really like this area too. Like this is where I had one of my bases before.
It's nice.
It's kind of a pretty area, like very lost civilization-y. There's another fast travel right here.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab that.
And the effigy.
I'm trying to grab this effigy real quick without... Thank you. Oh, no.
There. It's such a fun move to do. Not the Capridy.
I'm starting fights I'm not gonna finish.
I've been there.
Just hit it and run.
Are we still talking about fighting?
Maybe.
Been there too. Ooh, that's a cool looking dungeon.
What level is this?
Frozen amidst.
It's 45. You want to do it, JD?
Sure.
All right, let's go. You're gonna have to do most of the work.
Test our level 50 abilities.
Yeah, this is the warm up.
Oh, you're like floating in the air.
Yeah.
We've got this. Oh shit! I didn't switch to fire things. That's all right. We'll go to the fast travel right by it. Oh fuck! We're both frozen.
Oh
And my Robin Quilterra is already almost dead.
Not good.
We did it. I really should have gotten fire pals
Yeah,
though.
probably. Solaris is fire though, at least, right?
Yeah.
Or something.
That's probably not going to be as good for the level 50 thing though.
No.
These guys didn't drop shit.
They didn't actually.
Learn Spine Vine. Alright, which way?
Oh. This way.
Tombats? Oh fuck, that's almost dead, I forgot. Fucking kidding me? It's like almost dead. Nice.
0.41.
0.04. Oh shit. My bad.
It's fine.
Oops. I also see like genetic research executioners through the wall here.
Yeah, they probably in the other room. Ooh, I want that.
What?
This Lunaris.
Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah, yeah. Let's get it. I'm pulling mine back. Ow. Damn, it resisted that?
Yeah. Hello. Let me catch you.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm liberating you.
What are you doing?
I need this stuff.
You're fighting. Oh, okay.
If I hit it, I'll do. I can stab it a couple more times to help. But when your pal is out, I didn't want to like kill it. Ow! Fuck, that actually hurt.
Please.
Come here. Nice!
Yay! It's aggressive.
But yeah, you need a bunch of this stuff for things like PCBs and stuff.
You just hitting it?
Huh?
You just smacking it with your hand?
With my no, I have my pickaxe out.
Oh, on my screen you're just punching it with your fist.
I show you with your pickaxe up.
I'm sure it won't do anything if I do that. Yeah, on my screen, you're literally just punching it.
That's hilarious. It'd be worse if I was not doing any damage to it. Okay. I don't know, maybe it is a little bit laggy then, I'm not sure. My connection seems okay though.
It's not too bad.
Well, even I was rubber banding before.
Okay, I think this is it. Oh.
I see your Victor.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's still stuck up there.
Yeah, this is where we came in.
Alright. Dead end. Alright, you pick the next way.
We'll go left. Or actually, yeah, we'll go left. I see another Lunaris in here, though. All right. I lied. Let's go this way.
There's two, actually.
Get him! Polarist. Oh, there's a bunch of those executioners in here, too. Oh no, I killed one of them! Fuck.
Oh.
Or I didn't do it, my Polaris did. Where'd the other one go? Oh, it's right here. Fuck.
Damn it.
Well, that was a fail.
There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, well, the minute I was like, where'd the other one go? It's right there. Yeah, these guys don't drop shit compared to the other ones.
No.
Is there nothing in here?
There's
Interesting. Okay. Those torches are also, like, absurdly loud. Okay, so I'm pretty sure going right is the way we go to finish.
Alright.
Tombat. I just see a single Tombat.
This one looks cool. What's this?
Oh, a Mariath?
Oh,
Mariath?
Kind of creepy looking.
Mariah
Don't kill
Carey.
me though, please. Oh no. Oh no.
You got this.
I don't got this.
You got this.
I don't got this.
Don't
I'm running
die.
away.
Oh, shit.
Alright, Anubis do something.
Oh, I killed it. Fuck. Not the Mariath.
Oh. JB, I'm not long for this world.
I got you, I got you, I got you. I just don't want to kill this thing. Oh, yep. This is also probably going to do a lot of damage. If it unglitches. What the fuck is it doing?
They're all glitched on top of each other.
There we go. Down pretty well. Okay, that's pretty damn low. %.
No.
You got this.
If you say that, I'm gonna die.
Oh shit.
God.
Shit. This thing's is resilient. Jesus.
Stop running. Stop running.
No! Looks like you had it.
Because I want it, that's why. The game knows I want it, and it's not going to.
We've been having really good capture rates, I feel like, besides some of these things. Couple more tiny pops.
I mean, they do so little damage.
I'm afraid to stab it again. Ooh.
Oh, I see dark. Oh, I can't see anything. I'm in darkness.
Oh no!
Oh. Catch it. Oh, wait, was that you catching or was that me catching it?
It was me, but I'll drop it.
Oh, damn.
It's all good. I don't show the like revive thing going up though. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, here we go.
Thank you.
Oh, I can't drop it because it's not in my party. So we'll remind me when we get back to the pal deck.
Yeah, yeah. Wait.
Pal box.
Pal box. You feed my pal.
Wait, which way did we come in? Yeah. Ooh,
there's a lot of stuff.
Couple new Lunarises.
Yeah.
Lunari.
Yeah. Lunari. Also a lot of
Genetic executioners.
Yeah. Wait, you killed it.
No, I didn't. Did I?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Solaris murdered it.
I blame the executioners. Oh fuck.
JV!
I didn't. Well, I did do that.
You stabbed. That was all you.
I didn't think it was that low. You know how sometimes they like take like a crit hit? I blame that.
Sure.
I mean, I was paying attention to how much damage I was doing per hit, and I just like did more. But yeah, they only seem to drop gold coins, and not very many at that. There's a chest back here though.
Got it.
Not shit. I see. Is that your Anubis?
Yes.
Okay. Is that it? Oops. Oh my god. Alright, I'll try not to stab the rest of the things to death.
Is it?
Wait, do these reset?
Yeah, I was gonna say, did they respawn?
I guess so.
Well, we could kill them in their sleep. Okay, I leveled up.
Nice.
I'm actually getting good levels in here. Good XP.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm getting pretty decent XP in here, too.
Well, I guess it is a level 45.
Yeah, it's higher, way higher than both of us.
Yeah.
That Anubis also does a ton of damage.
My gun does like no damage.
Okay. I think it's this way, right?
No, I think this way? Actually, I don't know.
Huh. I'm the one that's apparently bad with directions.
In the game, at least. You get distracted and turned around.
I do.
I think we came in that way. I think it's this way, I'm pretty sure.
You might be right. Yeah, I think you're right, actually. Yeah, so I think we're just going to go around this, and that'll be the area that I said should take us to the end.
Oh, we just circled back.
But it's good, yeah, because we now want to go this way on the right.
Yeah,
yep.
okay.
That's why, like, the last time I was saying, whenever there's these forks, I feel like the right way, or the right side, always takes you to the boss.
What is the boss?
A Lunaris.
Ooh!
I will not kill this one. We must capture.
We'll see about that.
It's also sleeping.
It's sleeping. Aw, it looks so cute. Shoot.
Can't even see it. So much shit going on.
It's just on fire. Polaris is gonna kill it.
No, it's fine. I'm more worried about myself because I don't have any armor and I'm at half health too.
Oh, no, look at me.
We think we've got this. I still have my assault rifle too. Okay, 150. Wait, are you down?
No, I'm good. I will. Not actually, maybe not, because I got aggro.
Oh no!
JB.
We're not dead though. We survived.
JB.
Well,
remember how at the beginning you said you weren't gonna kill it?
I wasn't gonna kill it. I didn't. I was trying to help.
JB, it's like the third time you did that.
Look, if you watch from my perspective, I was trying to be measured and calculated.
I don't know if I believe that. Hold on. I'm gonna clip that whole thing. Let me see.
Wait, no, there's still a trust. You're gonna clip the whole thing.
Ooh, future tech. And a diamond.
Nice. I also got a diamond. And a blizzard spike. Okay. I say we go back. Oh, actually, let's get this. Get you this fast travel just north of us, too. And then we can go get some other fire types. You're gonna get worked.
What is happening here? Alright, let me get this fast travel.
So wait, so is today your Friday?
Today is my Friday.
Nice. Is your schedule always like that?
Yeah. It is. Oh no!
What happened?
Hold on. I'm Nothing happened. Don't worry about it. I was distracted. I almost died, but I didn't, so that's what matters.
Better than killing shit when you're not supposed to.
That's true.
I swear I didn't mean to.
Oh, I have the video evidence. I'm looking at it right now.
It's gonna show you I speak the truth. Here's the Mariah, though. The one of the few things we did capture.
Thank you.
Yeah, see, the only thing I didn't kill was while you were dead.
Exactly. Distracted. I got one Lunaris out of that, so even though there was like
I got
6.
one Mariah. That's actually, I think I already have a couple Lunarises. Okay, Ragnahawk. Slacker.
Where's your this?
I think we can do this.
Is mine bigger?
Is yours bigger than what? Oh, then my
Anubis bigger than yours. It is.
It is.
It is.
I don't think these things should be getting in. We'll find out. Like they usually come over here and then get stuck on the cliff. I don't even see him though. Like normally it gives you an exclamation point.
Sometimes they take a second to show. Let me see.
Yogurt, more cowbell.
Oh, they're over there. The Crusher? Syndicate Crusher. Oh, are you sure they can't get in, JV? They got big guns.
Not 100%, but
they have a lot of big guns. Here's a... Ooh, I don't want to do that. I can't get on that. There's a lot of them.
All right.
Oh, did you watch yourself?
I watched myself.
See?
The guns are kind of glitching through the wall, but I don't think they'll get through.
Break the wall?
They can try to break it, but I haven't seen them do that yet.
They're trying.
They're definitely gonna try, but I don't think they can. Oh shit, they have like bazookas and shit though.
I told you they had big guns.
Well, I thought you just meant like the mini guns. I didn't see the bazookas.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, look, they're already running away. They got scared.
And try very hard.
Got a couple of them. Okay. You gonna try level 50?
Yeah. Do it.
I still show 2 like stuck inside here now. That wasn't a thing earlier.
Oh yeah, I see them.
Oh, well, interesting. They just completely disappeared. Although I've seen that happen before, actually. Like, once they retreated. Okay, we've got... Should maybe get some more ammo.
Get some fire pals.
I have a fire pals.
Okay.
Do not have ammo yet, though. All right, we've got ammo. We've got fire pals. That's all we need. So I went back to that unthawable lake. I don't think I've ever seen the Wumpo and the Wumpo Botan together.
I don't... Did I not grab that? It's just there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't see it on my map.
Did you not? You didn't click on it?
Maybe I... Hold on. This is... Let's see, I have icy... Whatever this is.
All right.
It's close.
It's pretty close. It's pretty close.
Just a second. Yeah.
In a jiff.
Ah. All right, which way?
North. The other way.
Okay.
Northwest.
All right.
Oh, this is where that other... the very first marketeer I tried to take out was. Wonder if he respawned. No. Oh yeah, it did. Why is my Polaris fighting things? Did you get it?
Oh, no, I did not.
Oh, fuck, I might
right
die.
over it.
This is a pretty area.
What am I... All right, I got it.
Nice. Oh, this is kind of cool too. I never saw this before either. Iceberg mineshaft.
Mineshaft?
Wanna spelunk with me?
Yeah, let's go. We'll fight the boss at some point.
It's pretty close to here.
Yeah.
It's just north of us. I feel like there's normally little mini boss things in here, if it's not just more marketeers. Yep. Level 49 Lylene knocked.
That's pretty.
Yeah. I don't have one of those either, I don't think. Be a good test for our boss abilities.
Oh yeah, it's 50 here. Or 49.
It's not saying any that's highly effective at it, which is interesting.
It's dark type, it's not ice.
Oh yeah. We've got this. Ah, shit. Doing ice moves, though. Ow!
Okay, no, I don't want aggro. No, don't look at me. Please don't look at me.
You got this.
No, look at me. It's hard to tell what is its attacks and your power.
My capture rate is 0.06, 0.07, even with the hypersphere.
0.01.
Dink. Not again. Ah! Shit. Point 2. Fuck. No! My Ragnarok's also getting hurt.
No, it's looking at me. I'm frozen.
You're okay. You're okay. 429. 399. Okay, I called mine back.
Yeah.
Shit!
Oh. Oh.
Shit. Oh, she's in the wall!
Uh-oh.
Shit! Did yours bounce off?
It did.
Fuck. Is there even, like, am I even getting back capture? No. Oh yeah, that's right. You can't on the bosses. Nice!
Hey!
We did it.
I
New
got
pal.
10,000 XP for that.
Yeah. I got 33,000.
Nice.
Elegant pal full of grace. All right, we can totally do the boss. Yeah. We've got this. Wait, this isn't how we came in, is it? It is.
It is.
Fuck. Cannot fit. The hole's too small. Oh, I should probably... they'll eat automatically, I guess.
It's not like a lot.
I feel like they heal pretty fast when they're not taking damage, though, right?
Yeah, it's not usually too bad. Let me see. How hungry are they? You just hand feed them. Mister. They take a lot of berries.
Yeah, and tomatoes. Yeah, this thing's just northwest of us. Sweet, I hadn't discovered that on my map either yet. So maybe there are still a handful of others I haven't seen yet.
Alright, now I gotta start climbing.
Yeah.
Just up.
The Astral Mountains. Yeah, I guess there isn't really anything else here. The Polaris is so much faster, though. It makes it a lot nicer.
Yeah.
Yeah, Grin also shared a video with me saying you can get to the World Tree.
Okay, because I wasn't sure if you could. It looks like you can.
You need to get a Jetragon, I think. I don't have that yet. I think that's also one of the level 50 things like this. I don't see you anymore. Oh, you go west like a lot when you're done falling.
I'll get there. I'll get there.
You are right by that tower for the fast travel.
Yeah,
Though.
I can see it. Yeah. I can do it. I can do it like this. I'll make it. Alright, where is the fast? There it is. Ooh, chest.
Yeah, there's also another fast travel pretty close west of you. So I'll head that direction. So you can see it. Oh, fuck.
Oh, how'd you get over there, JV?
I went the right direction.
I thought we were doing this
for the first time. Oh, you want to do the tower boss?
Oh, I thought we were doing the tower boss. I can't see the map.
Oh, I was going to do Frostallion. We still haven't even done the level 35 tower boss, remember?
You're right.
We failed hardcore.
Alright, I'm coming towards you then.
Yeah.
I'm going west.
I was trying to do the other world bosses so that we could use those to kill the rest of the tower things.
That's smarter. That's smarter.
But there is another fast travel in between where you and I are. That's what I'm heading to. I think it's right here. Yeah.
Over there. See it?
Yeah, I'm right on the fast travel.
Am I going towards you? I am.
I think so. But yeah, the thing that Grin had shared with me said that you needed to like have a Jetragon and like kind of glitch into the area. Like you're not up you can't get there naturally easily.
Oh, okay. You're not really supposed to get there, but you can.
Yeah. Exactly.
Is there anything on the island?
I mean, you can like set up a PAL box thing.
That's kind of cool.
I mean, there's the tree. But no, besides that, there's nothing else. No resources or anything.
Oh, I see it.
Wait, where'd you go?
I see it. I think that's... Okay. Let me...
Nice.
Give it to me.
Yeah, so now it's now it's like just west. You doing okay?
Yes. Yes. All right. I'm following you now. I know where I'm at, kind of.
I know where I'm at. I think we got this. It's a massive skeleton. Should be like right over here. Yeah, I think it's just down here. Yep.
Oh, I see. Oh, there it is. Pretty. All right.
Yeah, I do not have one of these.
Well.
Got a decent amount of health too.
It does.
Oh shit! Oh no! It's not a great sign.
Oh, I'm not doing very much damage at all.
It's got like special fight music too. My Polaris is doing a decent amount of damage, but it's also taking a lot.
Yeah, Shadow Beak's not doing very much damage at all. No! Don't look at me. Don't look at me.
Yeah, I assume this thing will delete us.
No, don't look at me. No. No, it found me. It found me behind the
I
ice.
see that. I see it. Shit. Fuck, my Suzaku's almost dead.
Yeah, I think you're doing all the work here.
I mean, this is gonna be sketchy. 'Cause a lot of my pals are already taking a shitload of damage. And I'm already almost out of assault rifle ammo.
Yeah, I'm not confident about this one. Oh no, I'm going down.
Ah!
I mean, it's tanking when it takes the hit, but...
Yeah, I mean, I think this might be doable. Maybe.
At least we don't have a time limit. Oh my god.
That's true compared to the tower boss. My spirit is like 2 damage.
Hey, that's better than my 1.
I'm at 0.02 on capture rate too.
I don't know if he'll be able to capture it.
Don't get stabbed. Oh fuck, Polaris is almost dead. So is Ragnarok. This is bad.
Oh, that's not good. I know you're busy, but...
Oh shit, I
down.
see you. No, Suzaku!
Let me not die again. That'd be great.
Van Worm's almost dead. Most of my pals are almost dead. I'm dying now too. Why? Why am I dying?
You're cold.
Ah, this is fucked.
Yeah, that happened to me.
No!
Oh no, JP.
This is fucked.
I'm coming.
Oh no! And the Polaris died.
No. Shadow Beam King.
It's right here. We're so... Oh, it might be stuck. All right.
Oh.
Well, now we need to get back to our stuff.
Oh, it's not great.
All right. Well, we should sleep.
Yeah. At the very least.
I guess in the deep north, you take cold damage even if you have the nice cold armor.
Yeah. If you have a fire pal out, usually that.
Yeah, I should have brought a torch.
I brought out a torch and it helped, but
Not once I was down.
also my armor and everything else was like hanging on by a thread.
I also have a pal ball just stuck in my hand. I don't know if you see that.
No. All right.
Seems like you're like headbanging.
It does.
Okay. Well, it's gonna be cold up there though. Fuck. Even during the day. I think we can make it from land of absolute zero.
Well, here, do I have anything?
You need a flying mount?
I have another flying mount. I'll bring it. I'll bring it.
I'm taking my Van Worm.
Yeah, I'll take the one. All right.
I hope we can get there before dying though.
I think so.
I think so too. I am curious if we can pick each other's stuff up too. We never really did test that the last time I think. Oh shit.
I don't know.
I think we can get there. I hope we can get there. My level 1 Vanworm. I think it can pull it off.
I mean, you might be able to get there. You have more health than I do.
How much health do you have?
1,000.
Yeah, I have 1,500. Well, if you get downed, I'll just res you.
That's true.
Maybe. No.
Damn it.
Yeah. Are y'all planning to do anything besides the pier on Saturday?
As of this moment, no. Probably looking at my plan. What else we can do? Sauce is in the chat. Sauce. Dev, you want to do something else while we're at the pier?
F.
Big F's. Major died.
Yeah, so it does let me... It looks like I can hover over your pals, but can you open, like, my bag?
I don't think so, because I think I only see... Oh, I can.
Okay. Interesting.
Wait, is this mine or is this... No, that's yours, because I didn't have to do this. That one. Not mine.
I got my pals. I had the assault rifle, so this one's mine. Alright, so I don't think we'll be able to kill that thing. At least right now.
Not as it currently stands.
Nate has to leave at 5. Ah. Right on. But you said you are planning to go there around like 1.
Between 12 and 1. I think it depends on what time Nate wakes up, because we have to get some.
Right on. I don't think there is another fast travel here either. Shit.
I'm right behind you.
Yeah. My Flaris is dead.
Oh no. Then I'm faster than you.
You're gonna be way faster than me. Now I know what it feels like.
To get left behind. Actually, I don't know where I'm going. I was just flying.
Sleep there latest anyway. Could just join the crew. Sleep at the pier.
What about this King Pack of Christ?
We can definitely do that, because I've done
Yeah.
that. Let's do that.
Yeah. Let's do that.
There's another... Oh, that's the dungeon I already marked. Yeah, shit, I should have dropped my level 1 Vanworm, actually, since my Polaris and stuff are dead. I don't have... Did anything else die? No, I still have the Suzaku and Ragnahawk.
Well, let's go to the fast travel and you can switch it out in the base.
I think it's alright. We should be able to pull it off.
Alright.
I'm feeling
If you say
overly
so.
confident.
After we just died horribly.
I mean, that was a level 50. Like... And we died to... I died to cold, technically.
You did die to cold. It's not a good sign.
Wait, why is it not letting me do my Gale Wing? Oh, shit. Well, that's fine.
Died to the... Did you pick up the Gale Wing?
Yeah, I think that's
did
what
not.
got overwritten by my level 1 Vanworm. Damn, there's a bunch of foxicles. I've never seen this many. What the fuck? Sauce SMP Minecraft at some point in the future too. Let me know when. I like my survival Minecraft. But I'm excited for the one chunk challenge too. Oh shit, I'm getting attacked. Oh no, this is fucked.
All right, I'm coming back. Where are you?
My level 1 Vanworm died. This is fucked. I can't like fly out of here. What is happening? I think we have to go inside this thing. The mine shaft? Wait, where are you?
Oh. By the fast travel. Down.
I think this is how I got to it. Maybe.
Seems.
I think this is it. I put a marker here. Oh yeah, I don't have my assault rifle either. Alright, this is gonna be sketchy, but I think we can pull it off.
Alright, where's the entrance?
Keep saying I'm not hosting anymore, turn right around and start hosting stuff. I mean, I've extended the invite for Minecraft stuff too. I've got Survivor multiplayer going on. Just gotta whitelist ya. It's also on hard.
Oh goodness.
Hardcraft.
Hardcraft.
I see you.
I don't see you. Oh wait, I see you now. Okay. All right, are you ready for this? Are you sure?
Absolutely. I have 3 not dead pals. No ammo. Got this badass pole though.
It seems like I didn't pick up Shadowclaw.
Wait, what?
Shadowbeak.
No, you probably did. You just put it in your box.
Yeah, I put it in the box. So
like I did with my Gale Claw.
I don't have him to tank. So you know.
All right. Well, this is even worse. We're fine. Last time I beat this,
You
I
keep
didn't.
saying that, and then we're not fine. So.
Yeah. We got this. Look at how little health it has compared to the last thing we did.
Oh, that's true.
There's like a gas can down here too. I think we can do this.
Oh yeah. Going much easier than the other one.
That's a huge icicle. You down?
No.
Oh.
I haven't got aggro at all.
It's getting low. Alright, maybe I shouldn't have called it back that fast. $300, $290, $230. Nice. sub 100. Ah, fuck. Ah, shit. Fuck. Are you out of hyperspheres?
I have 6 more.
Alright, I'll throw mine and then I can... Sorry. We should be able to capture this. I got one before. No. Nice!
Hey! Hey, nice.
All right.
Nice, nice, nice.
Yeah, I got some good experience from that.
I did too. Level am I at? 23.
Sweet. See, told you we could do it.
That one we could do.
You were still skeptical. Although it's like nighttime now, it seems like, which means we'll freeze.
Oh, I have a torch. You have a fire pal?
I do have Van Worm, yeah.
Yeah, if you bring him out, he'll keep you.
Oh no, it's still day anyways. Just the cave. Hard to tell time while spelunking.
My armor is damaged and I am hungry.
I am also. My pal team is hungry. I'm hungry. My armor's damaged. Hot mess. We did it.
Where's that?
Up.
We're up.
Up.
Up. Up. Oh wait, no, it's right there. I see it.
Ooh, the concrete's done too. Or cement. Ah, fuck. That was pretty productive.
We got a lot done. I leveled up a lot.
Yeah, so did I. Well, I got one level, but a lot of my pals leveled up.
One level is still a lot at your level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy. I'm not complaining. We also captured a few things. Here, yeah, actually, here, take... What was... Because I should have 2 of these. There you go.
Thank you.
Welcome. I need to figure out who I want to crush next or condense. Already getting full again.
You should crush like the pals you don't.
Yeah, the downside is I've crushed a bunch of them and now it takes like 16 for some of the other ones.
Oh.
don't think there's any... There's probably a few other things out in, like, the Hell area or whatever out to the west I
Yeah.
haven't done.
That place is scary. We should go there.
We could try the Astagon.
48?
Mm-hmm.
We could probably do that.
What is good against fire?
Fire?
Water?
It's just water. I think I have.
Yeah, I don't have very many high-level water types.
Just bring one of the ducks.
Got a 35 Gobfin, 23 T-Pant.
I could do it.
This is gonna be sketchy as hell. I thought I had some higher level ones, maybe not.
Alright, I need more food.
Oh yeah, I accidentally put all my balls away.
JV, you need your ball.
I know, I keep doing that. Yeah, food. I guess I need to feed my pals.
Oh, I have diamond. Here are my stuff.
Ooh, I just unlocked the hyper shield.
Ooh. Which does that protect?
It doesn't say until you craft it.
Oh.
I wish. We don't need it though.
Are you sure? Are you sure you don't need it?
I don't have the mats to make that or the Jorman, some of the other saddles. Take leather and shit that I'm out of. Wait, do I have the Ragnarok one? No, I do not. Shit.
Oh, I have a lot of ancient parts.
Nice.
Just stacking them with the rest of yours.
Right on. Ooh, yeah, we can also get some experience from the eggs. I should have a couple eggs, I think. No? No. Maybe not. I lied.
No eggs.
I thought I had some that were going to be ready to go. Maybe not. No, I guess it's just these 12 minutes. Oh no, there's one. The other one's at 12 minutes. You should be close enough to get experience from this.
All right.
We'll see. Did you get experience from that?
Hold on, let me
No?
go back. I went to sad base real quick.
Oh, fuck.
Wait, I'm coming back.
Too late!
Wait.
It's over. It's over already. Oh, yeah, I can get ammo. That's a good idea. I already hatched it. I thought you were here.
Oh.
That's why I was like, too late. Or why I asked if you got the experience.
Oh, I don't think so.
I know we were getting shared XP for that before, though, weren't we?
Maybe because I wasn't right there when you did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to buy more ammo.
I mean, I have a shitload of gold, which I forgot to bring.
I'm gonna sell these diamonds I got.
All right, minute and 30 seconds, and then my Polaris is undead. What's the closest fast travel you have? Well, I guess we can just fly there from here, too. Or from the farm base.
Yeah, I mean, we did, we attempted that tower boss. So I
Oh,
have
yeah,
that
that's
fast
super
travel.
close.
Yeah, I have that fast travel.
Maybe we can pull that off.
My heat.
Oh, yeah. Heat armor.
Yep.
All right. Want to sleep first?
Yes. JV, I'm sleeping.
I pulled my Polaris. Shit, I don't have my Gale Claw either still. Oh, fuck it. I am also sleeping now. Alright, we got this.
I don't know, do we?
I
kinda
believe.
cocky last time.
This one's only
48?
48. We can do this. I think we can pull it off. I still have like a ball glitching through my hand, even when I'm holding like my pickaxe and shit.
Oh, I do see it on your.
Like even when I'm holding guns and other things, like it's just stuck in my hand. Not sure what's going on with that.
Alright.
Ready?
Yeah. Yeah, let's do it.
Hey Max, can you walk on the lava without taking damage?
With Polaris? Maybe. Off of Polaris? I don't think so.
Probably not.
Egg.
Yeah, that's what the last time we were here when you started taking damage from the lava.
Oh, that caught fire and everything.
Yeah, you're like, why am I taking damage? Oh shit. I think it's up here.
Are you going the right way?
I think I'm going the right way now. I got distracted by the lava.
Sure.
There's another chest right here too. Oh, it takes a key. Fuck. Yeah, it's this way. It's probably in like a cave or something though, because I still haven't discovered all of this part of the map.
What? Might be. Is there even caves around here?
I don't know. I'm falling down the mountainside right now because I ran out of stamina.
Oh, and I'm falling.
Wait, where'd you go? Oh, I see you. Come to me.
I don't see you.
I see you on the map. You're way north of me. I've not even been where you are.
Oh.
That's like all dark for me.
Let me go that way.
I still don't see the thing though. So maybe it is in a little cave. Oh, I see another statue. Oh yeah, there's a little cave in here.
Okay.
Destroyed mine shaft.
Oh, okay. You get more stamina back and see you yet. I wonder if you're on the other side of it. Looking for you.
Yeah, drop down. Drop down.
Do you see me?
I see you on the map.
Okay. I'm trying to. Are you on this side of the building or on that side? I think you're on.
I'm on the lava side.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, I'm dropping down. Oh, I think I see it.
See you.
Hey.
Hey.
I see you now. Destroyed my
Destroyed shaft.
Destroyed shaft.
This is kind of cool. I haven't seen anything like this before.
Are you sure we're prepared for this?
I mean, I'm not the one with the fucking Gale Claw. I think we can do it. I mean, it's not like I have all level 30 things. Well, I have a German Tide, but yeah, I have a Gobfin 35, Suzaku Aqua 35, 31 Azrobe.
Easy.
Oh my god, this thing looks... It only has 3,000 health. How hard could it be?
How hard could it be? He says.
Look how massive my German Tide is. As it fails to attack. Why is it not attacking?
There it goes.
Oh, there. Nice. Oh, this is also a dragon dark type, not a fire type.
Oh.
All right. Well,
that would have been good to know.
I didn't cheat. I think we're doing okay. The German Tide's actually doing a lot of damage. I'm doing...
Alright.
What?
It's taking some damage.
Yeah.
We're doing damage.
And I'm doing more than 3 damage with my assault rifle too, which is nice. My German Tide's also taking a lot of damage.
Shadow Beak's tanking.
Yeah, even my Suzaku just hit for 400 damage. I think we'll be okay. Just gotta keep them all from dying. Nice. Yeah.
On my screen, you're holding a pickaxe, but then I see on your screen you're holding your gun.
I still have the ball glitched into my hand too. Oh fuck. I also took aggro. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know what the heck's going on there. Some buggy shit. Alright, Gobfin. It's your turn. Uh-oh.
Oh. Yeah.
Gobfin got fucking deleted.
Oh, I think he lived.
Yeah, he did live. He didn't die. He just nearly got deleted. Nice. Ow. .24%.
Oh.
Nice! First ball!
Holy shit, nice.
Fuck yeah. See? We could totally do it.
We did it.
Didn't even have any pals die. Yeah, that was good. I can't believe first ball got it. It still had like 500
Yeah.
health too.
What percentage was that?
Like 0.2 something. But like when I hit it, it went up to like 4.
Still. Pretty good.
Finally, luck is on our side. I like this cave area though. It'd be cool if you could like build in here.
You probably could. Well, actually, no, I don't think you can, but
I don't know. I don't have the materials. Yeah, I figured it would be like a boss area or whatever.
yeah.
Nice. I think that's a good way to cap it off.
Yeah. Ah.
Oh, I'm right above you.
Yeah, I see. There's also a cool dragon statue over here that I saw when I was dropping down. Not sure what's here though. I hadn't really explored this area yet.
Oh, that is cool.
But I don't see anything else here.
Ooh, and I'm falling.
Oh, a Reptyro just spawned.
Oh. There's lots of big fire things over here.
Yeah. They're fighting each other.
Have you explored the like prison base or whatever that is?
Prison base?
It's the island. Let me see your map. Let me see if you look at it. Look at your stream.
The ruined fortress stuff up north?
Yeah, you have like a corner of it, but you haven't like see that furthest base, but then a little bit up further, those like spikes in the
These?
water. There's like a whole island right there.
Oh yeah,
I
I've
only
been
discovered a
to
corner
the
of
sanctuary
it.
thing.
Yeah, the sanctuary. That's what it's called.
Prison.
Why did I say prison?
It's the opposite.
You know, it's because when I went there, it's like they got in trouble.
Yeah.
I mean,
And they fight you.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm down to do some of that tomorrow. I don't know
Yeah.
if you're planning a game at all,
Probably for a little bit.
but I think I am gonna hop off here.
Yeah, it's late.
Gotta get up early. Excited for this weekend though. Should be fun.
You have an eventful weekend ahead of you.
Yeah, it's been an eventful few weeks. Let's see what we have on. Not many.
Alrighty, JV. You gonna raid somebody?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna raid just the bunnies, but I don't see too many people on tonight. I guess it is
Alright.
a little late. But thanks for joining in, and yeah, just message me on Discord or whatever if you do want a game tomorrow. I'll definitely be on.
Alright, I'll probably will. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
You too. And thank you all for joining in. I hope you all have a good night.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, looks like we can raid the bunnies tonight. All right. Have a good night, you filthy animals. I'll see you tomorrow.